almost there. Thank you for your patience. Now, are we there?
Mm,
I'm live again. Yeah, there we go. Hey, we're
no,
back, folks.
we need to go to a different channel.
Hello?
Yeah. What?
We need to go to a different channel.
Well, yeah, but they need to figure that out. They need to go back and look at the main deal. Well, let me invite Eloy. You guys will like Eloy. He's very cerebral.
Hmm.
He's in.
Hello, woo! There's TK 3 Prince. Hello, TK. Hello, Jim. Welcome back, guys. We had I don't know, some type of funky issue there with the stream. It wasn't ever doing the stream part. It was doing the talking part, I think. But I don't know if you guys can hear me or not. But this is what we're up to right now. Peeper's down below me. The captain, he's doing his frog. He sold a bunch at basically he sold his stock out, so now he's got to deal with
Yeah.
they're so popular. And Moohugs is over there with a bird or something. Um, and above her head is a little blue box that's being printed. I figured I'd go ahead and 3D print a TARDIS also. Um, if you notice, let's see how I can do this. Make you guys little. There we go. If you notice right here, this is a piece of 12 by 12. This is what I'm going to do first. I was looking and talking about this when I realized that we weren't transmitting out. Um, but I'm assuming we are now. I'm assuming we are now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send that over to the printer. The audio voice is distance. Can hardly hear you again. But what is it with this thing? Let me see. Is that any better?
Oh,
Oh,
yes.
louder?
Louder.
That is perfect.
Okay. All right. Whatever you guys think out there. Okay. Yes, better. Good. Good. Okay. All right. Yeah, I do have one. It's sitting out in the garage on a clip. Anyway, um, all right. So here's what I'm doing, guys. Besides the 3D printing, we're gonna go ahead and print a TARDIS. I took and and already printed one of these up. And Peeper, I need your address again. Okay.
Okay.
So just but
I'll
I
send it to
printed
you
one
in
of
Discord.
huh?
I'll send it to you in Discord.
Okay, yeah, that'd be fine. Um, I printed one of these up already. Like I know Eloy's because Eloy was the one that got me motivated to do this. But anyway, that's one of them. Okay, and
Cool.
that's the one that I've got done. And we're gonna do another one. Um, I also have this one here that we're going to try to assemble, guys. This one doesn't have any paint or anything on it, but anyway, And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to the printer and I'm going to set this up that I'm working on here so I can print. So it'll be this sheet is 12 by 12, so it'll be 12 inches by 12 inches or whatever, whatever, 6 inches by 10 or something like that. At least it'll be bigger. Let's put it that way. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to send that little blue line, and I'm assuming you guys can hear me better now. Oh, there's Chris.
Absolutely.
I don't have speech chat on. Chris Nealon. Okay, let's see. So we got 7 people out there, guys. If any
Oh,
of you would like to come into the chat, I'll be more than happy to add you in. Okay, so you don't have to type. Um, all right, so I have to turn everything off. No output on any.
Typing is for the birds.
You think it's for the birds? So I'm just going to send this blue one over to it. Nothing else is going to output except that because I want to cut a spot that I'm going to set my piece down on. So give me a second. Let me see if I can bring up the laser. Oh my gosh.
Laser.
Scenes. It's a desktop
Rock and
laser.
Works says, I'm listening to your stream while I work on files in my office.
All right. No worries.
Kennedy says,
There's Mr. Kennedy.
sure.
There's Mr.
Welcome,
Kennedy.
Patrick. Chirp, chirp.
Welcome, Patrick.
Welcome. The laser's not hooked up right now.
Laser is not hooked up.
Yeah. Let me see if I can hook this up.
hook me up there, buddy.
Yeah.
Damn, that looks nice.
I think I'm going to have to unplug the camera. Yeah, I'm going to do that real quick.
Good stream like
Let's
this.
put the link to the.
We appreciate everyone joining us. Since this is a live podcast, it is going to be a rough ride on some occasions. Today seems to be that way. Not rehearsed, because you can't rehearse this kind of stuff.
All right. See if that did any good.
It's dark.
Yeah. There we go. All right. So let's see. What do we got here? Yeah, I guess that'll be good. What I'm doing is, okay, let's frame that out. I'm gonna have to move my jig basically so that it follows that square that it's drawing right there. So I'll be right back.
Oh, while he's doing that, I'm going to plug this little red bird from Target. I'm not getting any money for it, but I just saw it and I thought it was adorable. And it has a little poof on the top. Yeah, she's got, I think it's a girl because, well, come on, she looks like a girl. They also have males that have little hats, and of course, those are sold out, which is to be expected. She's got a little mail bag for the Valentine, and she's got a little shawl she's wearing. So this will be cute. I'm going to be putting this on my desk at work, and hopefully she will bring joy to some of my students. And of course, the glasses. Look at those glasses. Heart-shaped glasses. That doesn't say, I don't know. What does it say? It says Valentine's Day. I don't know what does. So,
Okay,
you
so
know.
there we go, guys. It's kind of set up over there. Okay, um, if we frame it again, it's going to go around it pretty much. I'm hoping that's good enough because I'm really, really close. So we'll just let it do that. And let me go over to my cut layers. Let's turn that outer one off again. Turn that one on. Turn that one on. And that one. And that'll be the final cut that it does. Make sure I've got air on everything. Looks like I do. Let's send this to
The laser.
the laser. So there it is, guys. And I guess I'll just start it. Let's let it do its thing. So right there, it's just scoring that police box, and it's
Ah.
scoring that right there. Now, my intent with black primer up underneath was that when it scored through the paint, it would bring up the black from up underneath. I don't know if that's going to work or not, but this paint job's not turned out that well since I've already lost one panel because the paint literally peeled away. It's been cold here, so I'm sure it didn't have time to, to adhere the way it needs to. So, but anyway, we're doing this one, see what that one comes out like, and then either going from there or what have not. So, all right. So let me go to our scenes. Go back to this. And
And so you're also printing another TARDIS, a little tiny one.
yeah, I've got another TARDIS over here that's printing, and it's one that is hollow basically inside. So we'll see how it turns out. I didn't want to print for 8 hours, so this one's just printing at 20. Anyway, at half a height of the thickness of the
It's not
nozzle.
hollow, it's bigger on the inside.
It's bigger on the inside. Yeah, it's not hollow. You're right. But yeah, that's what I'm doing. And Peeper's over here painting. No, staining.
Now,
Right.
now I'm painting the frog.
Okay.
This has to be delivered tomorrow.
Well, you just go right ahead then. Cool. Cool.
I love that frog.
Cool frog, huh?
I actually have one of these is going to Australia.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, surprised the heck out of me.
Moo, don't you have something like that?
I have the cat. Give me a moment, I'll get it.
Oh yeah.
Ah,
Oh.
So this is the cat.
oh, look at that. Ah, that was a nice one.
That
I
is
like it. I like it.
Yeah.
Yes, the cat and the frog are friends.
It kind of goes along with your backdrop there. You said
I
you
do.
needed something up on your walls.
On
I
that
do. I have
screen.
to put them up. Yes. I don't have any post-it, not post-it, command
Just use
strips.
just use a nail. Oh no, no, don't use a nail. Put holes in it.
Well, I can put holes in the walls. The problem is they get loose and then they come out, and
You
then
could. You could.
it has glass, so I don't want it to break.
So how's Mr. Chirpy Patrick doing today? And Eloy is what's he? He's work on files in my office. Oh, I bet I know the type of files, Eloy. Hey, and did we lose Jim? I,
Patrick Kennedy says,
oh, you're bored.
bored.
PlayStation 5. What are you going to play, Patrick?
Says, about to play PS5. TKSD Prince says, use some no nails and it will never come off.
Here you go.
Rock and Woodworks says, I once sold a carving to someone in France. I sent it and got paid online a year later. After that I got a package in my mailbox. I looked at it and it was the carving back from France unopened.
Oh my God.
Kennedy
Wow.
says,
Ooh.
Mortal Kombat X
Patrick's getting into some of that
DK
Mortal Kombat.
says, still here.
Okay, good deal. And Greg too. Did we lose Greg? Hope not. Hey, Patrick, have you ever played Once Human? It's free. It's actually pretty cool. You have all that shooting and stuff that you can do with guns and stuff. I've been playing it a little bit. Not lately though. I don't know. I haven't been playing many games lately.
Patrick Kennedy says, no.
Give it a try. Look it up. Once Human. Let's see. I need to take the focus off of Muhugs, and I'm gonna put it here, and then I'm gonna go over and look at maybe. Yeah, let's look at the printer. Let's see. Let's see. Is that it? Look, guys. I think it finished. Let's go check that out. See what it looks like.
Ooh.
TKSD Prince says, only games I play is Star Trek Fleet Command and if I get a chance Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. Rock and Woodworks says, 80s Doctor Who was the best watched after school on PBS.
I agree. The 80s Doctor Who was one of the best, and I think that, yeah, some of them are good too, the newer ones.
Some of what?
Doctor Who? Rock and
Yeah.
Woodworks was saying that 80s was the best.
I loved the Doctor Who's, the '80s Doctor Who's. I think, yeah, I agree.
Oh, this is my
'70s
pencil box.
'70s, the fourth one, huh?
This is my pencil box. I don't know where I got it. It's metal, and I'm taking it to school so that they can put their pencils in here on my desk.
Oh, oh.
Yeah, look at that. Woo.
Any of these can be converted to that, by the way.
I'm sorry.
So
What?
here's what I got, guys.
Okay, why don't
Let me show that right there, the inside desktop cam.
Hmm.
And come on, focus. How about some more light? Sometimes light is the ticket. So here's what it came out with. Notice that it skewed a little bit on me. So these tabs, this tab here might be just a bit short.
Says, I'm gone to clear snow. If you're here when I get done, great.
Sounds like fun, Chris.
TKSD Prince says, LOL, I remember them all. Best doctor was Tom Baker. I hate the new one, so political correct, is black and gay, and before that the woman. No, that is not Dr.
That's not the doctor, is it?
They are all the doctor.
Oh, and it was Greg that went to do snow. No, Chris.
Atlantic River,
I thought you were going to clear off snow, but I forgot that Greg was here too, and he clears off snow. So some of this doesn't look like it's come all the way through, but it has. It's really hard to see. Really, really hard. So I'm going to have to be real gentle with this, and I might have to redo it actually, but let's see if I can break any of this off. Yeah, just little by little.
JJ says, get my driveway when you are done, Greg.
Right? You guys know what this is? I'll give you a hint.
It's a thing.
Other than in pieces. In pieces
Don't
is not
forget
the right
that the
answer.
video is on a delay.
Huh.
You give up? It's a 2600 Atari cartridge that I took apart. I'm getting ready to put back together. Not the right way, but I'm getting ready to put it back together. All right, so these right here.
Snow crush.
Oh man.
Do some snow crushing.
This paint did not adhere right. Wow. I think I'm going to go through the motions, but it's going to be wasted.
TKSD Prince says, no, it's PC correctness gone crazy. Keep DR who as he was, though I did like the first Doctor when it started again, the angry one played by Christopher Eccleston.
Yeah,
Yes, yes,
I call
agreed.
that the Al Bundy doctor.
He was good.
The angry doctor, to me, was oh I forget his name.
The one with
What's
the
the one
eyebrows.
right before the?
TKSD Prince
The one with the eyebrows.
says, yeah, he was ace.
My goodness.
Yeah, what was the name of it? I forget. Anyway, oh man, Capaldi, Peter
Yeah.
Capaldi. Yeah,
Peter.
he's the one to me that is the angry one because he's always seems like he's angry always. Of course, the first one too, the first Doctor Who seemed pretty angry all the time too. I call him the angry old man. Guys, this may be a total waste because it didn't cut all the way through. Oh, look, that cut. Hmm. I want to go get a different,
TKSD
not a cutter.
says, yeah, he was good, the Scottish one.
Yeah, the very first one, right? Is that the one you're talking about? Hold on, let me go get a pair of pliers.
Says, howdy.
Hello, Mike. I'll be right back, guys.
Dances with aardvarks says, Hi Chris Greg TKLJJ. Rock and Woodworks says 80s Doctor Who was sort of jovial or quirky. JJ says hi dances.
All right, let's see if we can get this done, guys. Let me look to see who's highlighted. Not guys, like always, if you want to be highlighted.
Capaldi was the 12th Doctor. I think he tried hard to
Gotcha.
bring the character back to the 9th Doctor. The Al Bundy one. Mr. Angry. TKSD Prince says hello there dances.
Yeah, this is messed up, guys. I'm gonna try to salvage it though, but I think I'm gonna end up messing up the paint, which I can paint again. I mean, that's not a big deal. It's just that, yeah, it did not cut all the way through, and I shouldn't have pulled it out of there. Honestly and truly, all right, let's see how much I can mess it up.
Says, did you cut that cord in a jig?
No. Well, yes, yes, and see, yes, and see, it's messed up,
Cut it on the scroll saw.
right? Yeah.
TKSD Prince says, put it back in and run again then.
Yeah, but it's not perfect. It's going to be messed up. But see, yeah, these are all right. Let me go ahead and do that. I'll be right back. I think it's going to be messed up though, because the jig really didn't. It had a little slop in it. Let's see. Let's see how this is going to do. And
TKSD Prince says, well, it's better and faster than trying to snap the parts out, as we know that will fail.
all right, let me see.
Dances with Aardvarks says, is it birch ply or PLA?
It's birch ply.
Prince says, fingers crossed.
Yeah, I
TKSD
know.
Prince says, ply dances.
Let me see, guys. Go back over here. I'm thinking if I try to just cut it around the edge.
Hmm.
Was that you, Peeper?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought we had a follow or a like or something or
No, I went, hmm.
yeah. All right.
I was thinking.
Aardvarks says, guillotine.
What is that?
TKSD Prince says, how posh is your framing?
It wasn't very close. We're gonna do it anyway. I just need to figure out what I'm doing here. Let's go to here, and let me go back up to that. Oh, there we go. So yeah, so I think what I'm going to do is cut around the outside. So let's take and turn everything off but the red. No sense in doing anything else. The black can go away too, because that's just been scored. I'm fine with that. The orange can go away too. And then the red's the only thing that's there. So let me throw the red at it and see what happens. And you know, I'm really tempted. We're gonna make this happen, guys. Let's send this over to the laser. Let's do that. And I'm gonna go over there and look at it as it's cutting. And if it's not cutting right, I'm gonna stop it and start it again. So let's I'm gonna raise the camera just a little bit too. Be right back.
T.A.R.D.I.S says, I love the framing on fiber lasers where it will outline everything. Last night I had to carve some stone that was all over the place with height and focus, but managed to pull it off.
Laser. I'm away from my computer because I'm laminating. I have something that's like 4.5 feet long that I'm laminating, and I missed a spot. So I have to relaminate it. So I have to run it through the whole machine.
Says, oh, I see, you can put it back for another cut.
Yeah, and what I'm gonna do on top of that is I'm gonna take the cut itself and I'm gonna slow it down. I'm going to go ahead and leave it at that right there, because it's having to go through all sorts of paint right now. Let's take and make this 15 so I can make sure that it stays there. Slow it down even. Alright, let's send that over there. And let's cut that puppy. I'm going to go look to see what it did. Hopefully it'll do it right.
Hey, little girl.
T.A.R.D.I.S says, oh moo, I was looking at some DTF printers. I think Stoll is working on one, as I was asked to do a survey for them. Printing transfers, yes please. T.A.R.D.I.S says, oh, she is out the room, lol.
I'm listening. I'm on the other side of the camera on my countertop. I'm actually laminating this very long URL that my students have to go to because they have to do therapy, and now they do language therapy online. We don't have a therapist that comes to the classroom. And it was written on my board, but I need my board. So I decided I will print it out and I laminated it, and it's literally well, it's done. It's when it's done laminating, I'll bring it over here. I'll show you how long it is. But thank you for that. I appreciate that. So what does the X tool do? Because there's just so much out there. I get very confused about these.
TKSD Prince says, nice captain.
Hmm.
TKSD Prince says, it's a company, they work on lasers, they did a screen printing adapter and they just brought out the S1 Ultra that is fiber, but I think you will get a lot of use from the M1 Ultra laser engraver as TKSD Prince says. It also comes with a full color print head for color printing onto wood.
Hey, that's cool. So guess what,
That is
guys?
amazing. I bet that's a lot of money. That would be awesome to have.
Which one?
The one that he's talking about, where you can print and all of that at the same time. It's amazing.
Yes, yes. There's a lot of neat stuff out there. So guess what?
TKSD Prince says,
What?
it also cuts vinyl and acts like a cricket.
Yeah, I'm gonna save for that. That'll be my next big purchase. Forget about a new car.
Uh-oh.
Still
You know
say that.
what? You know what? You know what? Somebody didn't think about the tabs and the slots.
Oop,
Me? See
oop.
that right there?
No.
Yep. See how the tabs stick out? The slots needed to be bigger, so it would actually be like that. So these tabs are messed up because all I did is I changed the size, and there's actually something else going on. But in other words, the paint isn't adhered like it needs to be. But anyway, we're gonna keep going on like this. I'm gonna go ahead and print the other two that I have, since and I'll figure out what to do. I wonder if I can take and put a piece of 1/8 inch in between there. Now I'd have to do every single one like that. And that may not work. But we're gonna go ahead and cut anyway because the paint's messed up anyway. I think I'm gonna have to redo the paint.
Mark Smodge
Hey Mark,
says, good evening everybody.
and good evening to you, sir.
TKSD Prince
How are you doing?
says,
Welcome.
it's about $2,000 for the M1 Ultra, but well,
Evening.
still M1 Ultra, you
Yeah,
will find it.
they're over in the UK.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay. Well, that makes a
it does.
Okay, 2 grand isn't that bad, but I don't know.
Says, oh yes, that was my first mistake, making boxes used a 4mm thick and my slots were for 3mm.
Right. Well, but at least you can cut those down and make them fit. But this is the opposite. See, because originally, but I'm gonna go with it. I'm gonna go with it. Let me see. Originally,
D Prince says,
we did
you
this.
get a lot of kit for what it can do.
I
Yeah.
imagine so. It sounds
So
great.
originally they were small like this, and everything was cool. Now, now, this was the first two, right? This is the second two. Let me turn everything on and clear this up, and let's work a little bit with this. You guys got any progress on your end?
I'm done with this one.
Well, let's take a
I
peek.
finished laminating. You want to see it?
Yeah, yeah. Let me
Okay.
highlight Peeper here.
So this one has got the first coat of black. I've got to do another coat, but this is basically what the finished product is going to look like.
Cool.
This can be delivered tomorrow morning to the art gallery. So
Very cool.
yeah. So that's where I'm at. Now I got to do another one, but I got to do a big one, a 10 by 10 by 10 inch.
Okay. Muhugs?
JJ says,
Volume?
cool.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. Yeah, you have to
Very long,
yeah.
and
Oh yeah.
it's
Oh,
this is how long it is. So
So
that's
so
my
did you
laminate.
not show it to us on purpose or
Yes,
okay.
it just says HTTPS ROO. I mean,
Woo!
no, but it's the whole thing is the address of where they have to go.
Okay.
So this is just the beginning.
You
It's
don't want to give them any hints or
nice.
anything?
no, it's a secure room. It's only for the students.
Oh, okay.
I
All
don't
right.
want other people to go in there and they're like,
Right,
"Hey,
right,
we're in here
right.
to get some language therapy," and she'd be like, "What? Who are you?"
Exactly.
Can you imagine? That'd be great. You know, she'd have all kinds of people in there. But yeah, that's going to go on my wall, and I had to laminate it because if I put it on paper, the humidity will like eventually just destroy it.
Yeah, it'll just melt off the wall. You know, just kind of just vaporize, just
Yes, it
fall apart.
does. Yeah, it does actually. Okay, that's it. That's what I was doing. Now I'm doing something else. I'm gonna try to do
All
the
right.
penguin thing.
So let's check on the TARDIS out there. It's at about what, halfway? So
T
Yeah, it's looking good.
yeah.
says,
That's nice.
click that thumbs up.
Thank you, TK. Definitely. Remember the thumbs up. Yeah, appreciate it. So out there, TK, 3D prints, remember folks, those thumbs up. And you know what, guys? I forget about this too. Let me see. Let me see here. I'm gonna go backwards. We'll start with this one. Yeah, TK says, remember folks, click the thumbs up. JJE for some reason is saying cool. I think he was whatever we were talking about. Doesn't matter. I think we know. Um, let's see. You get a lot of kit for what it can do. Yeah, a lot of kick for what it can do. But anyway, yeah, um, that's I think what JJ was agreeing to. Um, then making boxes, yeah, and I've done that several times. I didn't even think about that here. We might even try to fix this. Okay.
TKSD Prince says, there are not many of us still using the old style FDM pre-bamboo LOL.
You mean like me? Yeah, I just haven't wanted to shell out, $800. I've shelled it out on other things. So over here we've got think about 2 grand, yeah, for the yeah, and for the one you're talking about, definitely. And then Mark
Really,
said,
it's not that much money if you think about it. Of all the
no,
things
it's
that it
not.
does,
It's not at
that's
all.
amazing. If you buy all those components separately, oh, I'm sorry, there's dogs outside.
Still use a Dremel Idea Maker in my Omega i3.
Well, I've got a can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, an ANET still. And actually it printed some halfway decent stuff for me. Not the best print quality, but that was might have been actually me. Like this right here, I just slapped this on at point two and told it to go. I just want to see the size and see what it feels like before I spend 6 hours printing one that's really, really nice and then it doesn't turn out to be really what I want. So Yeah. And I guess I went back. What did Eloy say? Sold a carving or something in France. Yeah, that's right. He went back, got paid online, and a year later he got it back. That's pretty cool. All right. So, and one of these days we'll figure out how to allow somebody else to do this. So, so let me save this. So we're all saved up. In fact, and then I'm going to save it as.
You know, you have a tiny, tiny little picture in the middle of the
Yeah, yeah,
screen.
it is right there, isn't it? Yeah, I
What
see
is
that.
that? It's so cute.
Let me see. It's called a squirrel moment. Sis. See that right there, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's on the other computer in the shop.
Oh,
Look,
look at that.
it's a camera.
Oh, but there's nothing happening.
Right, right.
Well, you should turn it off.
Let me
Well,
see.
Bandwidth.
bandwidth. We don't need no stinking bandwidth.
We don't need no stinking damage.
Tell you what. See, that's why I made it really teeny tiny.
Then continue to make it teeny tiny. I was just wondering what it was. I was like,
Well,
what is that?
so I wouldn't lose it. Yeah, that's what
That's
it
a
is.
good idea. Okay.
Okay. Good there. Wait a minute. What happened?
Uh oh, what
Not
happened?
the frog.
Where am I?
You're right there.
Oh, there I am. Okay, never mind. I'm still there.
Yeah.
I lost me.
JJ says,
I wear a name tag at work so I know who I am.
You see a web address? Let me see. Let me go back to it. Oh, I just removed it from the scene. Add to the scene. Make it big.
Yes, it has Peeper's address.
Yeah, it's got Peeper's address on there.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
How'd that get there?
I don't know. I guess somebody put it there.
Ah,
I guess it's been there. But yeah, that's how to get to Peeper. Go to Peeper
yeah, you
49
want
on
to see me?
Twitch.
There I am.
Yep,
Monday nights and Thursday nights, 7:30 to about 10 o'clock.
that's right. And do you have any type of build along going on?
You know what? We do, but we don't. I mean, we're not getting people signing up.
Hey,
So what we're going to do is, I know you want to get in on it, and I may just send you a kit, and maybe we're going to do it together right here.
I bet Muhugs wants to too for her needles.
Well, did you
I
sign?
do. I
Did you
do.
get into Discord and sign up?
I
No,
forgot. I'm
no.
sorry.
You know,
I'll go now and do it. So I don't forget.
we'll put a push on that this week
Okay.
and see what we get by next Sunday, and we will just plan a date. How's that sound?
It would be great if you let us know what it's all about again, because
Okay.
not everybody
What
is
we're going to
aware.
do is we're going to do a build along, and a build along is where I will sit here and make something, but I make kits for people to make it along with me. I make the kits. I ship them out. I charge cost is all I charge. I don't charge anything extra. Cost and shipping, and sometimes I don't even do shipping. But I'll send them out, and that night that I decide that we decide together, we will sit and make whatever project it is. This time is going to be a tool pouch. I use a lot of these. I've got like 10 of them already, and I can always use more. Um, but it's good for carrying individual tools. We can arrange it how you want. But what I do is I make a kit that has everything in it that you need to complete it. You don't have to buy anything other than this, and we can sit down that night. The only thing you're going to need probably is a straight edge and a sharp knife.
Sounds
And
like a plan to me.
yeah, it's
That
a lot of fun. These are a lot of fun. And the thing is, if you get on there and do it with us, you have a chance to ask questions in real time, just like
Yes.
here.
Yes. Yeah. In fact, depending on what venue we use, I would be more than happy to and I'm sure you would too, to stream their progress too. It'd just
Oh
be as
yeah.
simple as a link. Um,
Well, that would be great if we could link
yeah.
everybody that's doing it together.
Yeah. I mean that's one thought I just had, which I don't think was what you were thinking. We would do it each individually at our home, but anyway,
But
it's.
that's still cool because we can all sit there and look at each other's. Yeah,
I think I agree. Yeah. I mean, since it was
and
my
you know how
idea,
to
I
run.
hope I agree, right?
You know how to do the multiples. I'm not good at that stuff yet, so
It's easy. It's easy.
it may be easy for some people, but you know, I
Right.
get confused. But
Dances with
anyway, that's all about. And we're gonna do, like I say, our project is gonna be uh, a toolkit just like this. This is a standard pattern from Tandy, by the way. And what we would do is I would send you out the leather, the thread, the needles, uh, and with this one you get a punch to punch the holes because I'm not going to do that.
Right.
Um, and from there we just go to town.
Very
So
good.
I would encourage anybody that wants to let me know.
Does that satisfy your request, Moo?
It does. Now I need you to go back so that I can see his website.
Yeah.
There you go.
Can you share a link to the?
Well, you have it on your thing.
I guess you're not in Peeper's Discord, are you?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Hold
I
on.
need.
Let me
I
put.
don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me put a
You
link.
can do that. You know better than I
Yeah.
do.
Let me put a link to your Discord. In
Okay.
fact, I'm going to put a link directly into.
Dances with Aardvarks says, did you know you can use heat foil with a pyrography pen to make neat lettering on leather?
Dances, absolutely. I work for a leather company here in town, and we've got all that stuff in the shop.
Invites are disabled, Peeper.
I'm sorry.
Invites are disabled. I can't invite anybody to your
Okay,
build alongs.
I don't know how to. You know what? Well, wait a minute. Let me see something here.
But you can right click on it and invite.
Here's
Okay.
what I need you to do, Kilroy.
Uh huh.
Go back to the screen that has the TARDIS because above it we have a link that has Peeper's information. That's what I need.
Oh, you mean this?
Yes, that. What's the
Here,
first part? I
hold on.
can't read it.
Let me let me remote to it real quick.
Oh, we're gonna do some fancy remotes. There we
Yeah.
go.
Now that's Peeper's Twitch channel. On
Yes.
his Twitch channel is below it is his Discord.
Yes. That's the best way to do it.
But you still can't share the build
Hmm.
along.
Okay. Now let me think. Let me see here.
It's a matter of permissions, Peeper. That's all.
Okay.
Okay. While I've squirreled you guys, I'm gonna go back to I think what I was doing maybe. I don't
Bird
know.
brains.
Which is this. So I definitely screwed this up. Okay. So
Na Crush says, I'm Bay Aok.
welcome back. So a quick solution. That's interesting. Oh, I think it's because I cut
Dances
this.
with Aardvarks says, W.B. Gray.
Yeah, I think we need to fix these. I think
Na
Welcome
Crush
back.
I
says,
think what I need to do
hi Mike.
is go over here and there's tabs and slots that I'm going to mess with and see if I can't do it. Let me get this out of the way. Oh,
AF said, welcome back D.
Welcome back, D. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back.
JJ says, welcome back Greg.
All right, so, and I've never used this, guys, but I think I highlight like this. I go up here to Tools, and there's a resize slots and
I
selection.
crushed all my snow.
Okay, so there's what it thinks the slots are. So I don't want these. I wonder how we can undo this, I should say. Because these are the ones we need to mess with here. These need to go, it's interesting. Slot width, no, the tab height, the slot width, the tab height, slot width, slot depth. Your selection contains the following unsupported items, shapes that are not closed. Okay, which shapes are closed?
T.A.R.D.I.S says, all we see is the printer screen and not what you're doing.
Oh. Because I didn't.
Sorry, my bad. I was
No, I didn't put it back. There we go. Now we don't see anybody else. There we go. All right. So yeah. So here's what I'm doing, guys. And honestly, I've never really done this successfully. For one thing, let's cancel this. Let me do this. Oops. And these are right up against each other too. All right. Okay, good. So if I take this and do that, okay, and then unselect this stuff. No, that is selecting it. Unselect it, okay. So select all of this, and then unselect, what? I want that, and that, and that, and that. Now, if I go up here to Tools, Resize Slots, okay. Old material thickness was that. New material thickness is still that. Was it 0.07 inches? So I wonder if I do this and this, if it changes it any.
All
I
right.
didn't see it change. Now see, this right here is at 1/4 inch. It needs to be at 1/8 of an inch.
T.A.R.D.I.S
How are we going to fix that?
says, this is why we use mm and cm in the UK.
Right? Well, okay. I hear you. Let's go back. Let's change it to mm. Okay. Change it to mm. Let's do the same thing over again, TK. So we go up here, select that, select this, Select that.
There we go.
And select that. Okay, now let's go up here to Tools, Resize Slots. Look, 2 millimeters and 2 millimeters. The old thickness was 2 millimeters, the new thickness is 2 millimeters. Why is it 2? I don't know, because I thought I had put 3 in.
T.A.R.D.I.S says, so slots need to be 3 millimeters tall. Snawcrush says, 22C8F here today.
22? Above, right? Or below?
AF says, cold.
But look, shapes are not closed.
AF says, negative.
Why is it selling me?
Snawcrush says, below.
And and I think that this right here, guys, that needs to go to 0.5. Well, actually, to 3 millimeters. See, right now it's 6 millimeters. That needs to go to 3 millimeters. So I'm just wondering if I just change the height to 3, how it'll affect it. Did it even affect it? Yeah, it did. It shortened it.
Okay.
So
It
that
won't
didn't
catch
work.
fire. That's too bad.
What? What?
I said it won't catch fire. That's too bad.
I hope not.
Oh,
What are you catching on fire over there, Peeper?
oh, not me.
Okay. All right. All right, so that's not going to work. So let's Control
First
Z
stream,
that.
the first stream I ever saw of you. What did I see?
Smoke
And spark.
and spark. All right. So I wonder if I did this here instead. Okay. Let's do all 4 of these. And I went up here to the tools. Come on, you guys haven't ever used this? Resize slots.
Says, that is coming my way, Tamaro Gray.
Oh. So new material thickness is 3.
Bundle up. Make sure that you have provisions in case the electricity goes out because it's going to be cold.
I have never used Lightburn LOL.
Well, and I've never used this feature, but I know it's here. And when I've gone to use it, the results that you're seeing are exactly the results that I've achieved. See, shapes are not closed. Well, how can they be closed?
Says, where you at, Jim?
All right, let's try making it one whole path. Let's see if we can do that.
Oh, who did that?
TKSD Prince.
Oh, that was over there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Says,
That was me, actually. I didn't realize I wasn't subscribed.
Well, thank you.
Central Wisconsin, huh?
All right, let me see
So
something.
tab heights, okay? So we got that. Let's go to tab heights. Let's look at tab heights again. Resize slots. Tab height. I'm still getting shapes that are not closed. Your selection contains the following and support shapes that are not closed. So how do we close those shapes?
Oh.
Let's do this again. Tools, resize slots, old material. 6. Did that even do anything? That's still at 6 millimeters. So what about that? If I go Tools, Resize Slots, Tab Height, no, still. Oh, I know what I was going to try. Let's see if we can do this way. All right, now if I right click it, group, select all, paste, copy, convert to bitmap, no.
I'm in the middle of Manitoba, 80 miles north of the 49th parallel.
Let's group it. It's grouped. So now if it's grouped and we go up here to resize slots, group shapes. Your selection contains the following unsupported group shapes. So that won't work either. So if we ungroup it, now if we go up here to Tools, Resize Slots, Shapes that are not closed. So how do we close shapes? Oh, goodness. Let's see. To choose a shape, let's see. To choose a shape and library symbol shape you want, close path. Edit menu and choose close path. This will connect the start and end points of the shape. So then go to edit menu. All right, we've got that. We've got that selected right there. Let's go to the edit menu. Where's close paths? Close path. Okay. Now, supposedly we got closed paths now, even though I don't see it now. All right, let's see, edit, close path. Then let's go to Tools, Resize Slots. It says Shapes that are not closed. So that's not working either. Group, select all, duplicate, edit. Close selected paths with tolerances. 0 millimeters, move ends together, join the line. So you join the line. Okay, because it found 54 open shapes, so let's close it. All right, let's see now what it does with Tools, Resize, Shapes that are not closed, Tools,
This is pretty good right there.
Edit, Close Path, Tools,
Daddy's home, better go and
Resize Slots, Shapes that are not closed. That's interesting. That is really interesting.
There. Right there.
Let me see here. Let me see here. So does this mean that it's connected and that means that it's not connected?
I don't know.
The little green, light green. Here, it's connected now. Let's back off one.
Now Crush says, been through their gym about 35 YRS ago on our way to Minocqua for snowmobile races.
I bet that's fun. Yeah, it looks like I might have to do this the whole way.
JJ says, Eagle River has big race also.
Eagle River, huh? So I'm having to do each one of these in hopes that that will close it. And see, it looks like it is, right? Except that's not wanting to work. Oh, and there she is.
Thank you. Sorry
And
about
then there,
that.
and then there are three.
Oh yeah, actually 4.
Right?
Anybody else wanted to join? That'd be awesome.
Yeah. Open invite. Show us your craft.
Snow Crush.
You want in, Greg?
We were into the ice drag races back then, and the World Series was there in 1988.
Did you do World Series, Greg? So it's looking like this is going to be the solution, guys.
Cool.
But I got to touch every single one of these. Look, because see that right there? And that'll make it snap there, right? So now I got to snap these two so that everything else.
Not much to show out.
Well, something's better than nothing. Anyway, you're more than welcome. If it makes it easier for you to chat, I'm all good with that. You guys can chat among yourselves while I pretend like I'm working here.
Says World Series of Snowmobile Drag Races.
So that's a mouthful.
Only if you run into the snow.
Ooh, face first.
Yeah. There you go.
I've done that. While I was skiing, I've done that. This better work, guys. That's all I got to say.
Why?
Because it's taking me so much effort,
I know.
right?
TKSD Prince.
Really close, but it's
says,
gonna work.
Nothing worse than faceplant into yellow snow. LOL.
Right? Especially yellow snow.
Snow Crush. says, Keep your mouth shut.
Right?
Kind of hard when you're screaming.
You know, never thought about that. So, so I was in Denver skiing at Loveland Pass. Really nice area, spring skiing. It was warm outside. So I had my bib overalls. Well, let's just put it this way. The jacket that I was wearing over them, I went ahead and opened up. And
Ooh.
for some reason,
That's the
for
best
some
kind of
reason,
skiing.
I fell forward,
Because you
face
were
first.
squirreling.
And let me put it this way, that jacket acted as a scoop and scooped up half the mountain of snow. Oh, what was that? Gravity can hear you, yes, definitely. Big time bad, too. It looked like that had messed up in there. Kind of looks like it's got like a little fuzz or something, but on the far, far side. See right there? Anyway, onward through the fog. All right, we got. Look,
TKSD Prince
look up.
says, I think I have only seen snow over 2 feet deep was in 1976 in Wales.
Well, Muhugs, myself, and
Snowcrush says, I'll come on if Jim comes on.
there you go, Jim. You've got a challenge, Jim.
I was on the ski team when I was in high school.
There we
We used to go
go.
to Wisconsin
Very good.
to ski. I didn't know they had hills in Wisconsin. Or was it Michigan? Can't remember which. Wait, let me
So
think.
this is down to Jim then, huh? All right, guys. So here's
TKSD
this one.
Prince says, I live too close to the sea. We had snow the other night during the night and it was only about 2 inches deep and then was gone when the sun showed up.
Yeah, that's like Texas. Only thing, they shut down the city for a day and a half in between that time period.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. So here's what we got. We've got hopefully a whole path all the way around. Now, if I go up here to Tools and Resize Slots, notice it doesn't say what it said before. And that's whatever it said. I don't know. And now, tab heights is what TJ, I think, said. Okay? There's 6 millimeters now. I want them 3, right? So is that going to work? Slot heights? Ooh, no. No, I thought it. All right, let's do tab heights. And let's tell it okay. And what did it do? Nothing. Let's do this again. Tools,
Snowcrush
resize,
says, Jim.
slot depth. Nope, it didn't do anything. It pretends like it does.
Prince says, oh, they need to make a treadmill for skiing.
All right. This
That
ain't
would
gonna
be
work,
awesome.
guys. So these are tabs and these are slots. These are slots. Let's do this one more time. Tools, resize slots.
Prince says, I think I would have given up on using the tool and moved all the points.
Right?
And LOL.
Well, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Slot width. No, we don't need to make the slot width. See, I remember seeing something, and it was like, oops, I didn't mean to do that. It was like these little handles on them. There we go. But you know, all that I did, now it's undone. Now the question is this one the same as that one?
TKSD Prince says,
It is.
oh, just thought you will have to adjust for everything. Ouch.
Yeah, I'm going to have to adjust for everything. Exactly. Yeah, I'm going to have to adjust these here also. Well, I think I know when I'm beat. Hold on.
Don't quit
Let's
it. You're not beat.
do this.
TKSD Prince says, or do you have any 6 millimeters ply?
I don't. Tell you what. Let me go take a look. Okay. Be right back. Moo, do you want to entertain?
I have nothing to entertain with.
Okay.
I'm looking at stuff online.
All right. Then what I'll do is I will put Peeper in the
Yes.
You put me in the spotlight.
yes in the spotlight.
I got it.
All
Look
right.
at that. That's so pretty. Tracing that. That's so cool.
Well, that's how
TKC
I do these. So,
Of course. You
M1
got to
Ultra
have a steady hand. I can't do that.
yeah, you know,
MI
to
version 2.
the whole idea in this for me, I was talking to the artist last night, is
What
maintaining
platform are you on today
the
now?
integrity of the original art. So when you do a tracing like that, you gotta watch what you're doing. I'm not trying to
Daniel
reinterpret
Flash
it. I'm trying to make
says.
it look
Coming
similar.
up on panel Jim.
What is the M1 Ultra? I looked it up and I'm getting like stuff for Apple. Maybe go to Google.
TKSD Prince says. Tristal M1 Ultra.
Okay, I'll be right back. I got somebody at the door.
Hi guys, you got me now.
Ah. It's all yours, Peeper.
I know, I got it. I'm here. Hi everybody. Peeper's here. We're making a frog. Actually, this is the second one we're doing. This was a commission for Big Frog.
All right, I'm gonna look it up now.
There we are. Hmm.
So I went on the website and it went down from wait a minute, I'm on Google here. From 16.99 to 999. Ooh, that's nice. And it's like, hey, put it on a firm.
TKSD Prince says. Is that the Ultra or the M1?
Okay, here we go.
It's the M1.
Prince says, as I own the M1, wish I had known about the M1 Ultra. JJ says, no, I got football on now, I may drop a F-boom or two.
Football trumps everything.
Not me.
TKSD Prince says, I hate football, I used to be a groundsman for a football club.
All right, I'm going to drop the link in. Let me see how I can do this. Hold on.
There we go.
TKSD Prince says, or as the Americans call it, soccer hiti. AF.
So there's the link.
https www.stillcom products Still M1 Ultra, the world's first 4-in-1 craft machine.
Just love how it has to read everything.
Sna Crush says, I've heard them before, nothing new as long as you don't say it in the first 10 seconds of the live.
What did I do with it? Where'd it go? There it is. There we are. Ooh.
Well, thank you for that. I've looked at it and it's very tasty looking for sure. Wow. Yeah, that's something that I would have to give great thought to. But oh my gosh, I don't know. I can't think about that right now.
TKSD Prince says, so you would need the advanced bundle to get the color kits and pens.
Yeah, I wonder how much that is. Deluxe bundle is $1,500. So there you go.
All right. 15 million.
TKSD Prince says, remember it's a cutter and a laser engraver, it would cost US $1099.00, US $1,899.00 or 100 MO for 12 MO.
Yes, but if you get the bundle with the advanced bundle with the ink, it goes up to $15.99. And there's the ultimate craft bundle, which is $17.99. And it comes with a heat press. Oh my gosh. This thing has everything.
It's
Oh my
it's one thing after another, isn't it?
Right. It's like, hey, we got this upgrade.
Yep.
Here we go.
All right. Um, let me look at
Snow Crush
this.
says, do you have a link to the live owl?
Yes.
TKSD Prince
Yes.
says, yeah, the largest bundle can do everything. TKSD Prince says, it would be the full kit.
Yeah, if I were to buy this, it would have to be,
Yeah. Let me send it to you,
all the
Greg.
pieces. Definitely. I need to get back to work. I have some. I have to look up the penguin math now.
Yes.
Yes.
Definitely. Thank you for that. That is an amazing tool. Definitely. I would certainly use that a lot.
Here, I'll just plop it out there, guys. There's the link. If anybody wants to hop in, I just need to
Doughboy
pay attention.
says,
Oops.
HTTPS console fmux
And I
com guest
Yeah.
and I
file
forgot.
2DFH.
And I forgot. Yeah, the TARDIS, the plastic TARDIS is starting to look plastic. Right? All right. So what I'm
That's
doing
a
right
good
now,
thing.
huh?
That's a good thing.
It is, isn't it? I'll be right back.
Hmm.
All right. So this piece that I've got on there is 5 3/4. Yeah, and it's not going to work, guys, because it's 5 3/4, and my wood is 6. The TARDIS width is actually 6, so that's not going to work. Crud. And actually, you're not even seeing it here. Let me see. That piece of wood is 5 3/4 by, I don't know, 15. I forgot, which I would only be able to print one of these because it's 10 and a half. So, so, so. Question is, what do we do? I'm not going to resize it. That's going to be too much. That's going to be too much. Yeah, I didn't even think about the spacing. See. All right. Well, you know what I can do? Yeah, is print another one of these. Yeah, let's do that. Oops. Let me move all this stuff out of the way. Let's go back over here. See, one TARDIS will print on one sheet. Okay, so let's bring this over here. Put that back to inches. It's 12 by 12. Let's duplicate that. Bring it over here somewhere. All right, so this is going to be, and of course you guys can't see it. That's going to be, I'm going to move this over into here, but I want to make sure first that that area right there, and I've got a piece of cardboard over there that I use as a template. Okay, no shapes. Okay, that's because this gray layer, not gray, black. So let's send that over there. Yeah, and I'm going to go ahead and align it and then put another piece of blue MDF or whatever it is. Actually, I think it's basswood, guys. Um, let's go over to the laser. We'll move that, and I'll set it
Laser
all up.
with a mouse.
News ask me. Yeah, if she wants. I can help her with it. Oh,
I don't see any smoke yet.
darn it.
I'll be stepping away. I gotta feed my cats.
Mm.
You know, I think I know where I made my mistake. I put sealer, and I shouldn't have a pre-stained sealer. All right,
Mm.
so that black one can go away. Let's see. Okay, no, that needs to go over to the invisible and hidden. All right, so that right there is our center, which is right there. All right, I've got to take this right here and move it over to here so it's perfectly centered. Oops. Sorry about that, Chief. Let's make this a group. And now let's center it right there. Yeah, that's good. That's good. So I'll just send that over there, and and it'll do the cutting last. It'll do the engraving. Let's see. That right there. It'll do a little engraving. It's actually a cut, but it'll engrave a little bit. Oops. I don't see police box. There's police box for the other ones. So I lost police box. So let me turn the orange back on. Yeah, let me back all this up. In other words, I want it to move away.
Because the angels have the police box.
There we go. There it is there. And now that pink, no, that orange. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Now I need to do that. But I am going to move these two out of the way. This needs to go up here in the center. Okay, it didn't center it. Let's see. Control Z. Tell you what, I'm just going to move it up there. Just going to move it up there for now, and then I'll place them in the centers. All right. Okay. So now this needs to group up, and then it needs to go in the center of this, like so. All right. And I'm going to send all that over there. The orange will not cut. So now let's go to laser and take a look at it. In fact,
Laser.
I think I'm just going to go ahead and do a frame from here. And it is. You're seeing it sideways, but it's really right on top of there. See, now that's got me thinking. No, that's right.
Uh-oh.
No, guys, I was mistaken. It was doing it where it needed to do it at. I may be redoing the etching a little bit. It doesn't look black. It needs to look blacker than that. But before I take everything off is when I'll do it. We'll see here. I don't know. It is cutting. And I didn't want to put paper over it because the last paper that I did, here, let me show you. This is what ended up happening with it. That right there is primer, and this is the paint over it. So, yeah, it didn't dry very well. It actually didn't adhere. It was drying okay. So I know what I did wrong. I hope I turned all the fans on.
Does that
Yeah,
mean
and I
we're
didn't
gonna see
output the
some
film
fire?
orange stuff. The one I did right at the end, I'm gonna have to redo it real quick. It shows it, but it's not outputting it.
Lots of smoke.
Yeah, and that's what we're supposed to have.
No flames.
Right. We don't want flames. And I'm assuming that's cutting. And right, it didn't cut the magnets there. And because that looked like it moved down, that cut really well through there. See, as soon as that finishes, I'm going to go ahead and redo the orange,
Ooh.
the orange here that didn't show up. This here. See that right there? I didn't send that to the printer this last time, so I'll have to do that. It'll take it a bit.
Okay.
I see a frog eye.
Yeah, it's a big one. His little brother.
Oh yeah.
It's good in every iteration. It's
This one's
amazing.
the big one's a commission.
Why did I just see Speaker Connect Greg, but I don't see Greg? Did I miss you, Greg? I saw name come through. Oh, he's got the little metal pieces now. He's gonna pound on metal. I mean, on leather with metal. The leather doesn't stand a chance. That thing's finishing up. In fact, I'm gonna go out there and raise that a little bit. Be right back, guys.
Too bad it doesn't have a door that opens. Or does it? There's Greg. Hello. He has to add you. And he's gone. Come back, Greg.
Yeah, he must be having problems. Maybe he needs to log in. I don't know.
Maybe. He was there. I saw him.
Snawcrush says, trying to get in.
All right, so that's done in here, but I haven't moved it yet. And what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and I guess I can share my screen. That'd probably be the easiest way to do this. There we go. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is take and turn everything off, all the different layers, the black layer because we don't want to cut it again. The fill layer I'm going to leave in, and I'm going to that's the one that wasn't on. The output wasn't on. I'm going to turn this one off. Why is this fill? I don't even see it. It's probably oh yeah, I know what that was. That was the Kilroy. And then the red is the cutting. Okay, so really, right there, it's not going to output the cut, but you can see where it's at, and that's what's going to actually engrave the orange stuff. So if I send that to the laser, let's
Laser.
take the scene, this one, and add it there. And let's see, I did send it, right? Let's send it again. It's not going to hurt to send it twice. Okay, it's going to frame out. There it is right there. You can kind of see it in the lower deal. I guess I could make it big. Here, stop sharing. There we go. All right. Yeah, let's start it. Let's see it start scanning, I guess. And that's what it's doing right now. It's going back and forth and filling that stuff in. Right there, it's doing the ambulance logo and the public call box notice. And anyway, it's going to keep going to do the police boxes. So, Greg, you were not able to connect. Are you actually logging in to EVMux? Because I think it makes you the first time set up an account. And I saw you connect a couple of times. Well, one time, and Moose saw you the other time. So I don't know. Keep trying. Beeper tap 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 tap.
Do you hear me tapping?
No, I was making sound effects sound.
Don't know where I am.
Okay, I just wondered because I had my mic off.
No, you were right. I was doing the tap 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 tap. Did I do it pretty good? Is it? Did you think I was doing it?
You did it real well. That's the.
Thank you, sir.
All
Yeah,
right.
back to Greg.
So
Back to
Greg
Greg.
is asking a question.
Don't know where I am. So if you click that console,
Snow Crush
says you're logged in.
says I'm logged in.
Okay, click on the link again then if it says you're logged in. I'm looking for you. Seeing if I mean I saw you come up on the right hand side and it went away. No, I don't see you still. I know that when there add to scene, there we go. Maybe I have to do it immediately. There you are. What are you working on?
I don't
You're
know. Can you
definitely
see
in,
me now?
yeah, can see you now. You're definitely in the shop, that's
Welcome.
for sure.
Nice job.
I don't know. I can't see any of that damn thing now. Where? Oh, okay.
There. I'm gonna go get this. Say hello, Greg. Introduce yourself. Chat amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
Okay. Have
Greg.
fun. Hello. The name is Greg under the whatever the AKA is Snow Crusher. I've seen most of you here before. Captain, Moo Hugs, Office, Shop. Yep, I know that guy. Okay.
What are you,
Oh,
Greg? What are you working on?
oh. I just finished blowing snow in the driveway. This weekend we're working on my son's SUV, changing the suspension bushings and that. And we had to do a bunch of stuff to push out the bushings. And I was turning, just a minute here now. I was turning some pipe down to size so we could use it to push the bushings out on my lathe. So I was playing with my lathe. Oh, basic shop stuff. Playing around.
It sounds amazing.
Uh, yeah.
How much would that cost if you actually took it to like the shop to have that done? Do you know?
I don't think you'd get away for less than $75. And all it is a piece of junk pipe that was just close to the right size, but you have to make it the right size, you know. And my lathe is a metal lathe, and it is over 100 years old, but it's cool.
How did you acquire it?
Um, it was Facebook Marketplace or a thing we have up here called Kijiji, which is like your Craigslist. And that the guy, I was looking around for one for a while, and then it come up for sale.
That's amazing. And it works just fine?
Works fine. I had to do a few cleanup things and that, but nothing too much. And I bought tooling for it because it didn't come with a lot of tooling. Um, the tooling you can spend a lot of money on.
So I don't know anything about lathes and things like that. What is tooling?
Tooling is like the bits and cutters and that you use to cut the whatever you're cutting or machining.
It snows, he just hooks ropes through the loops and pulls it all down his
Gotcha.
path.
I'm going to try something here. Change cameras. I'm living dangerously.
I
Well,
love all
you're
this
not living
fire
if you're not
talk.
living on the edge. TK, that's insane. What if it like snows and it like has like 3 feet of snow? He's not gonna be able to do anything with the tarpaulin.
Did that work or am I gone?
No, you're still there.
Okay. I changed cameras.
Yeah, you look a little clear too. Yeah. And man,
It,
I'm digging all the background
KSD Prince
images that I'm
says,
seeing back there.
I
all
have
my
one
junk.
that has 4
I
Hey,
like that shop.
wh-
Yeah.
one man's junk,
Looks
right?
like a lot
Yeah.
of fun in there.
Um, every
Exactly.
horizontal surface
Yes. Yes.
collects junk.
Yes. My shop is not exempt from that.
Okay,
That's
I'll give you
called
a little bit of a tour.
the Paul's Messy Workshop horizontal
Wow.
surface theory.
That's the man door,
Okay.
and okay, I got shelves, a shelving unit full of junk. I got a storage, what do you call it, a shelf unit, and it's full of mainly what would you call them, like fluids, like oil and cleaners and on and
Hey,
on.
it looks organized.
Eh, I know where a lot of this stuff is.
Just take it and run with it, okay? That's
Yep.
the same thing I say in my
D
shop.
Prince.
And then we go over
LOL
here.
like my
This is
brother
the
with
my
multiple
workbench,
boxes on my bed.
and I got a what do you call those things? Ultrasonic cleaner and a grinder and a
Don't you love those
100.
new batteries?
Um, is that the DeWalt batteries you're talking about?
Yes. Yes.
That's yeah. I got 5 amp, four,
Yeah. Yeah,
5 amperes.
I love them.
Oh, they work great. My 100-year-old vise that I cleaned up. I didn't rebuild it. I just cleaned it a little bit.
Says,
And
OMG, you could put my flat apartment would fit in there twice, LOL.
okay, there is my motorcycle lift, and it is packed full of
Right?
crap.
Right?
You need to put it down somewhere, right? Your
Yes.
stuff, and you just well, I'll put it here for now, and then I'll fix it up later. That over there is my quad with my snowblower on it.
Do you got much?
I the just blowing snow this year for so far this year, and it's a unit that goes on the front of the quad. It lifts up and down with a winch. It's got its own power plant, a 13 horse Honda, and
Okay,
I put.
3 times larger than my place, LOL.
Well, I'm getting wound up in my cord here,
That's awesome, Greg. I love that thing.
and further back, I got a toolbox. The back end of my motorcycle, and then there's two more motorcycles back there with junk piled on them. I got a
Yeah, I see
spare.
it.
I got a spare. What do you call those things? A mobility scooter,
Yeah. Yeah.
and because that one was too slow for me, so I bought a faster one.
More speed,
The motorcycle is a scooter now.
more power.
Uh, I, my audio video timed out,
Yay.
so I don't know what I'm showing you. If I
I
am,
just have a blade on 4-wheeler.
I've got over there a press, 20 ton press, and then a mill drill. So it's kind of like a milling machine. So it's a good counterpart to the lathe.
JJ says, and no cap.
Okay. Am I
Uh,
still broadcasting
Yes, you
video?
are. Yes,
Okay.
you
That
are.
is amazing, that
In
place.
fact,
It's like
there,
Disney
there
World.
have there has been no problem.
TK
Okay.
Steve
Good.
Prince.
That's my 100-year-old
One
lathe. It's
problem
called
about living
a
in the UK, thermal
Dalton,
imbalance is rare and you need to be very
made in New York.
with space.
It's like made in 1918 or something like that. So when you could think of it, that's Model T era, and it
Yeah,
is
that
so
is.
neat. I got another toolbox. I got a fridge for the garage. junk everywhere, junk. And then I got some of my old signage, and there's a grill from my one of my old tractors I had, and tobacco company sign that I picked up. Well, my sister bought me half of it, and then I found the other half. Although it was the what would you call it? The counterpart. It
Yeah,
was
yeah,
white. So
yeah. I see that.
I thought some farmer, like what they did around with that with those old tin signs, was the farmers used them for
Signs will be worth something.
putting
Roxanne
on a granary or a building to for a roof, or,
sounds
like
like
to
it could
patch
be
a
a
roof.
just guess.
So I thought the farmer cut the thing in half. But what
Yeah,
it is, the company, I guess, send them out in half length because it was too hard to ship the whole dang thing, because the whole thing's about 12 feet long.
yeah,
and I guess they made one with a dark background and one with a light background, depending on what what your building was, right? So I'm only assuming this kind of stuff, but anyway, I uh,
That is so cool.
I found the other half, but it was the like the negative or the positive of the other one, so I picked it up, and that okay, and I got some. More junk. I got tools. I got grinders. I got, hand grinders. I got this. I got that. Air conditioner on the wall. I need that in the summertime. And
I know what you mean.
presently,
That is amazing. Thank you for sharing that. That is phenomenal.
why, you're quite welcome.
Thanks, Greg. You got more self confidence than I do in my shop.
Well, I don't know about that. I'm just lazy.
well, well, I'm not gonna argue that point. However, that's not the point. Cool.
Well, it took me, I don't know how many years to amass this junk, but,
I hear you.
I built this shop in 1984. And it hasn't been finished, like, it still isn't finished. But I've done a lot of work in here.
I bet. I bet.
Snowmobiles, cars, motorcycles, quads, boats.
And see, what you have there,
Roxanne
if you
Woodworks.
were to recreate it today, there's no way you could
Ask
because
Greg for the most random
the cost
woodworking
of
supplies
everything
he
would
has in his
be
shop that
just
everyone don't
skyrocketing.
know about.
Yep. Oh
Hey,
yes.
we have a request from the chat.
Okay.
It's from Rockin' Woodworks, and let's see.
Eloy.
Yeah, he's saying. Wait, let's put it up on the screen. Technology, right, guys? Technology. Let's show it. He's saying to ask you what's the most random, unknown, I'm going to assume tool or item he has in his shop that others may not know about. Now, Greg, this is a family show or stream, okay?
Okay.
Just keep that in mind.
Will do. Just give me a second here.
All right. See, guys, you
I
never
got
know.
two.
You never know what you're going to get when you come to Kilroy's world.
Mhm.
Peeper's here. Moohugs is here. In fact, she's kind of here.
I'm
Um,
eating, so I don't want to eat
oh,
on
We're
camera.
all here.
and Greg from the Great White North.
Yep.
Hey,
Okay. Gonna play. What is it?
It's a plunger from the Daleks. I don't know.
It's a funnel of some kind.
It's tin.
Yeah.
It's got a wood handle on it.
Oh, that's wood? Okay.
Yeah, a wood handle on a tin funnel kind of looking thing. But inside there's some, like it's not just a funnel.
is it a churn?
Close, very close.
Did it do something with fire?
Nope. Does it with water.
Rock and Woodworks
It,
says it's a part from a Star Wars X-wing fighter.
yeah.
Yeah,
JJ
close.
My next guess.
It's a washing machine.
machine.
Yes. JJE is the winner.
Bing,
Again.
bing,
Okay.
bing, 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 bing.
Hey. What you
Again.
do is you put it in a bucket or a tub, and you put your clothes in there and some soap, and you go up and down like a churn, and it swishes the water around.
Rock and Woodworks.
Oh my God, I bet that works wonders.
Yep. I use it because my dad picked it up years ago, and he used it for washing his like shop rags. He'd put it in a 5 bucket. You didn't want to put the greasy old shop rags in the regular coast laundry, right? So he'd put it in there with some soap and clean it up.
I want
That
one. That's amazing. I use that for my mops too.
or you what?
Rock and Woodworks says that was a good one. Thanks.
That is. That is. My print doesn't look right. It looks like it's got fuzz. Maybe hopefully that's all it is.
Maybe
Well, it
it's
is a
going through
fleet box,
menopause
isn't
and
it?
it's, needs just a little shave.
Maybe so.
Okay, I got another thing here because
Uh-oh.
it's a 2 for 1.
Nope.
Yeah.
Along with the washing clothes theme, is
So is
this?
Is that a
is that
clothesline? Yeah,
Clothesline.
that's a
Yes, it's
clothesline.
a clothesline. And what you do is pull it out in your kitchen or where the wood stove was,
Yep.
or whatever, and string it against the wall, and you mounted it on the wall with these holes up top and bottom, and you could crank it, and there was a ratcheting mechanism there
Yep.
that would lock it in place.
Correct,
So
TK.
now
Hmm.
I think that would have been from the 20s or 30s, kind of it goes along with the old washing machine churn.
Yes, it does.
How's that, Eloy? Is it good enough?
TK's Prince says used to have one.
Really?
Yeah. Okay. I remember something like that when I was very small, out at a, a, a family friend's cottage that was no electricity, and
TK's Prince says with my old twin tub. Rock and Woodworks says retro awesome stuff.
Old twin tub, huh?
oh yeah, twin tub washing machine
Yeah.
or sinks or whatever you want to call it.
Hey guys, check out Peeper. He's getting down there.
Oh yeah, we got the big one. He's getting some
Yeah.
color.
Yeah.
He's getting a tan.
He is. What else you got, Greg?
I got too much junk.
We're having so much fun. This is awesome.
Give me a minute.
All right.
Maybe I'll
In
find something.
in the meantime, okay. In the meantime, let me show you guys. Let's see. Yeah. What I'm
Oh,
messing with here. This right here is the top of the bulb. I mean, it's just sitting in there right now. I'm putting these little pieces in, and
TK's Prince
it's
says we all love our junk.
yeah, yeah. You wouldn't know it by seeing my garage, would you?
look. Nice, 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 nice.
So there. So I'm putting one in at a time. I'm leaving it loose at the bottom, but I'm just going ahead and dropping a little drop of crazy glue right here so that it soaks up.
Okay.
Just giving it a few minutes.
Gonna put your fingers on that?
I'm going to try not to. But it's kind of difficult. I had peer tweezers here. I don't know what I did with them. Let me see if I find them.
Looking good.
All right, so I'll just use this needle nose, I guess. Where the heck is that?
TKSD Prince says, was so hard to let go of. LOL. I think I have a hoarding problem, but we all grew up in an age of make do and fix, not like the kids of today with everything disposable.
Yeah, you're right.
Absolutely. My parents grew up through the Depression, the 30s, and they never threw anything out. They fixed, they repaired, because it took so much to get what anything you bought. So, and it kind of rubbed off on me. My my dad would repair those lawn chairs, with the webbing,
Yes.
and people would laugh at him and, oh, gee, just go buy a new one, and all this kind of stuff. But no, he
Those
couldn't
are
do it.
coming back.
Yep,
Well, that's weird. I can pull it on the screen and it. There we
Hmm.
go. That's what I wanted to do. Or was it this? Nope. Those are the same.
have to, have to go check on something.
All
Crazy
right.
here. Okay, so that's good. That's good. It's ready to go. Get the black open.
TKSD Prince says, yeps, it's the best way. We will survive a zombie apocalypse. Most people can survive without a screen or internet. We also read books.
Yeah, I've got a ton of books sitting next to me. Honestly, I like to. Well, I don't know why I can't get this big. Oh well. I like to listen to Audible a lot. Oh dear, dear,
Robson Woodworks says, you can remove my comment anytime you like. LOL.
dear. Retro awesome stuff. Hey, that
TKSD Prince
that can be the theme.
says, and I bet they're all info books. All my books are information based.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Of course, what books would we have? This one's a really interesting one right here. Here, let me see if I can do this. Look, this one's a really interesting one here. Oh, I know what that is. Snowshoes.
I bet you don't have those in Texas.
No, I don't. No, I don't. This one I haven't even taken out of the plastic. Let's see now. Where did I pull that out of? Yes, this is a squirrel moment. All right, it's back up there. Uh, is that a radio?
No, what it is, I believe it works with the radio, and I don't even know for sure
Oh,
what it is.
a compass?
What it says in the back of it, and it's like Bakelite. It's not plastic. It says
says,
use on
Tardises,
TR-4 rotor
Tardises
only,
have books on wood
and it's
carving,
got
stone carving, metal work, wood lathe, etc.
um,
And so many books that
Tardises.
like pottery,
terminals.
how to build kilns, etc.
I believe what it is for a radio that'll tell you which direction your
Oh,
antenna
Yeah,
is facing.
yeah. I
So
bet that is. I bet you're right.
probably shortwave, ham, that
Yeah,
sort of thing.
yeah.
But
Or moves it to that position.
I think this one just tells you where it is because
Just tells
it
you.
there's no like control it moves it or that I can see.
But yeah,
TK has books on how to make a kiln. That is awesome. Now, see, that's stuff that you need during the apocalypse.
oh yeah. Hey, have you guys ever heard of the bullet stove? I think it's called bullet stove.
Yep.
That's pretty neat how you
You,
can.
you feed the fuel in from the bottom and then it goes up a pipe
Yep.
to the top. You could put a and you can put cooking utensils on it or whatever
Yes.
or
Says,
boil water.
what if the TARDIS you're printing is actually Greg's shop housed inside? TK's Prince says, rocket stove.
Well, yeah, rocket stove. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Yes.
TK's Prince says, made from a log AHH
hmm.
house.
Well, you can do that. You can do that too with a log. Yes. The ones I've seen have been done with 55-gallon drums.
Now the one with the log, I think some people call it a Swedish stove,
Yep.
where you split the log in multiple sections, and then you kind of hold it together a little bit and light it in the middle, and yeah.
Yeah, I seen one on that girl with the short top. Real outdoorsy.
I bet you have.
Yeah, yeah. I think she's actually made one of those.
Okay, I got one last one here for now.
All right.
It's a tool for setting the points and timing on a flathead Ford pre 1948.
TK's
Wow.
Prince.
Um,
Oh, she must
there's
be home.
a thing where
Wow.
it put batteries in the base, and it
Says,
had a light. I broke
just
the light,
remembered what she was making.
and you would turn it around, rotate it, and would check what they call the dwell
The
of
dweller. Yes.
a set of points. And
Yes.
this is dual point
It's
distributors back then.
degrees offset from top dead center.
Um, well, the dwell was how long the point stayed closed
Yeah.
in the rotation,
Yeah.
you know.
That. Yes. Yes.
And then you could set the timing, which would degrees before top dead center.
Right.
Uh, this machine here I bought for $2 back in 1972, and what it was, I still got it, a 1948 Ford with a flathead V8, and I played around. I thought, oh, I'm going to go and change my points.
Is too
Well, I
funny.
bought points, put it in, and that thing wouldn't run. Well, because you need to set them up exactly, not just the gap. Like the gap got it close enough that I could get it to run eventually. But somebody says, "Oh yeah, there's a place that sells kind of like surplus. Like they started out with army surplus and that. So they said, oh yeah, they got a whole bin of those things." And so I go down there right away on my bicycle to pick one of these things up, and sure enough, they didn't have the bin left, but they had about a dozen in a shelf. $2, brought it home, read the instructions, and I don't know where the read the instructions, put batteries in it, and got my uh, got my Ford running right away. Just
Nice.
so you do this on this machine. Put your distributor. There's a distributor sitting on here.
Says, hey everyone.
There's Paul.
Hello,
Hello,
Paul.
Paul.
Gee, this is
Rock and Woodworks. Says, hi Paul.
Hello, Paul.
Paul, you're on the wrong side.
okay. That's the actual distributor
Says,
for the car,
hi Paul.
and it bolts on and is driven by this offset slot or not. What do you call those, like raised parts that go into notches on the end of the camshaft on the front of the motor behind the fan and the radiator. So you can't get in there and play with it while it's in the car, like, so anyway, you take that thing, you put it on their unit, you set it up, and then you put it back on your car, and if everything's aligned, it works, which it did. So I've used it once, but I sure needed it that once.
Well, it served its purpose, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice. Look, look. It, it's going to be a little light. I think I need to push it down a little bit, though. Just a little.
The last thing I'll say about this, it works from cars like the Ford V8s from 1932 to 1948. No, yeah, 48.
Those are old cars, man.
Yep.
That is an ancient car.
Shut up.
Uh, uh,
Paul's Messai Workshop. Says, can't make the live stream, sorry.
Paul, it's not a problem, man. Glad that you took some time out from your busy, and I'm sure it's busy, hectic day to to at least stop in and say hello. Thank you, sir. The TARDIS is almost there.
Oh,
Oh, Keeper's got his frog.
got my frog. Got both my frogs.
Yeah,
This was about ready for some paint too.
cool.
This one's about ready to put on in a frame and take down to the art place. We'll let it sit tonight and maybe touch it up in the morning a little bit. But yeah, it's ready to go.
Cool, 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 cool,
Yeah.
cool.
Hope they sell it.
Oh, I'm
Right?
sure. The attitude, the personality of that frog sells
Yes,
itself.
absolutely.
The attitude.
Oh, that's the name of the thing is the unimpressed frog.
And certainly he looks it.
Says, Greg, I spy something in your shop light blue that mimics organic life that's tall.
I'm looking. Let's see, where is he? What's that? I spy something in your shop, light blue, that mimics organic life. That's all. Oh, oh.
Is it that? A roll of shop tolls?
I guess.
Light blue.
You know, you know, it's easy to entertain Eloy with a shop towel, with a roll of shop towels.
You're gonna have to be more Pacific there, Eloy. You're too Atlantic. So today
It
was
looks
my
Atlantic life.
I had to fix this thing. It's from a light fixture we have in the hall in the house, and one of these
False missile
bulbs
workshop. Says.
would flake,
Light
or
falling away LOL.
I
Rock
hear
and
you.
Woodworks.
but
Says.
in my junk I had a
Cut price
replacement socket. So sometimes it's good to have junk.
Yeah, Greg, he's saying you're covering something up behind the towels. I don't know. I don't know what he was saying. Maybe he needs to get on and 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 talk about it.
Yeah, in real time.
Yeah.
Come on, Eloy, step step up. I couldn't I couldn't shame Jim into doing it.
Rock and Woodworks. Says. Glue behind you and it mimics organic life it's hanging.
This here hanging. I'm sure it must be AI, Eloy.
It's nothing on my end.
Is it the Pepsi sign?
That's a Pepsi clock. There is a Walmart bag. You know, the non-disposable, disposable Walmart bags that we Canadians have to use because we can't use single-use plastic bags anymore.
Why not?
The government said no. You're going to kill all the seals in the sea, so you can't
Oh,
use.
oh, I got you. Yeah, I
You
got
know,
you. Got
you best not get me going on that, but
you. Okay, we won't.
Rock and Woodworks. Says. Organic you were right by it and it's mimicking something that's found in nature it's small on the wall.
Oh, I
hmm,
know what it is. It's a tree,
a tree.
a little
I'm
pine
looking.
tree.
Oh,
Rock and Woodworks. Says. Yes.
air freshener.
Here you go.
Rock and Woodworks. Says. Bingo.
All right.
Oh man, that is so old.
That is
It's
so cute.
discolored. It's gone kind of blue instead of green. That's how good I am in keeping up and keeping my shop clean. Like I have lots of projects and lots of ideas and uh, like what you call hobby or craft or whatever, but I can't seem to get to it because I always have to fix something.
I hear you.
Like the hallway lights, okay, got to fix that, and like I look at that woodworking or not woodworking, leather work, and I think, oh, gee, I'd like to play a leather work, and oh man, that's just another can of worms I can't afford to, you know, not monetarily, but I can't afford the time or the space or you know, I do have a leather sewing needle, like it's got the the bobbin of thread inside the handle, and it's I've tried it. In fact, I did repair. Well, there you go, fixing again, right? I repaired my wife's, what do they call that thing?
I don't know.
It's with paddles, and you hit the ball,
Oh,
pickleball paddle. It come with some kind of imitation pleather, and it unraveled, and she's ready to buy a new one. And it was, in fact, she bought a new one, and it was like $80 or something. And says, "Well, let me see the old one. Oh, maybe I'll fix it up, and you can use it for or let the other people, um, prospects, like people come around and say, oh, let me try." So anyway, I got some leather, I got some thread, I got some glue, and I made a new handle, like a grip, not the
cool.
whole, just a grip. And
Excellent.
yeah, she ended up taking back the one she had bought and said, "I don't need this."
Oh, there you go.
Exactly.
That's a wonderful idea.
Yeah.
My brother, it is 6 o'clock my time. I need to go. I have
That
to
means
finish what I
that means
started.
that it's 5 o'clock my time.
It is.
And it's 3 o'clock my time.
Wow.
I'm
It's
probably the
a
same
beautiful
time as
day in the neighborhood. A beautiful day in the neighborhood. Would you be mine? Could you be mine?
Speedy
Yes,
delivery. Speedy delivery.
huh?
Ah,
Speedy delivery. Oh, I liked him.
yeah.
Yes. Mr. McFeely.
Well, I'm going to jump off. Thank you so much for having me on your stream, even though I wasn't doing anything.
Well,
Good to
sis,
see you, Mo.
anytime.
Good to see you two people. Good to see Paul and everybody else. There's so many people on here tonight. And it's nice to meet some people. Mr. Greg, it's very nice to meet you and see your wonderful shop and all the things in there that are like collectibles. Just, well,
well,
they're awesome.
you
And
can call it that.
Yeah. That's a
Yeah,
nice way of saying
same
it.
here. Nice to talk to you and meet you.
they work, and they're not just collectibles. They are working items, which is even better. So it's like, they're useful, and that's great. And
Mhm.
you're not contributing to the giant gyre in the Pacific. So that's
Not
wonderful.
not the Walmart technology, like it's a month old. We'll just go buy a new one.
That's right. Yeah. All right. Well, everybody have a great week. I'll see you guys
You
next
too.
time.
Sis, take care.
Good
Take
night.
care. Bye.
Bye.
Hmm.
Oh, 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 oh. What happened? What happened?
I don't know.
Oh, look. That's what happened.
Are we done?
Well, it finished. Yeah, I'm going to go get it. I'll be right back.
Hello.
Hey there.
Oh, it's Eloy. No, 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 no. Okay, 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 okay.
just hang right there, and I'll bring you in. But so what I was sitting there saying, and I can't even show this. I guess I can. Look, there's another TARDIS. Let's see if it'll pop off of here. It did, and see, it's hollow on the inside. It's my interpretation of bigger on the inside. Okay,
Hmm.
it needs a light up here. Let me bring it in.
Okay, if I don't
Okay, if I
go
don't
full
go full
screen, I can
screen, I can
see
see
Eloy.
Eloy.
But I,
But I. Are you echoing?
mm,
Mm, I don't know what's going on. Okay,
Okay,
so let
so
me
let me
turn
turn
off
off
the
the
echo
echo
first.
first.
Oh, wait a second.
Because something to the effect of my browser's not. Well, you don't have to put me on the. But that my bro. Are you putting me on the big screen?
Yeah, you're on the big thing, man.
I have an old browser, so effectively, this could all go to heck, and something or other could happen. You know, because it warned me not to come up on here unless I was ready to take the risk.
That's right. It's pretty risky when you come on here, you know.
Absolutely. Risky or
Yeah.
risque?
Well, it could be both actually, but so Eloy, would you like to introduce yourself?
My name is Eloy, and um, yeah, I'm here to hang out a little bit. My dog is sneezing like crazy right now, and I'm hearing him at the same time. Plus all
So
this technological issues
AF
that I'm dealing with.
says,
So everything's you know coalescing into one big. I don't know what's going on.
one big.
Sounds like life to me.
Yep, I hear you. All right, let me put me on the big here
Yeah.
and check it out, guys. It's it's okay. I'm glad I didn't print it at the super fine detail. This up here was just it's just fuzz, but this is the right size to put an Arduino, I believe an Uno in there, and cut a little hole at the top, put a little LED maybe. Um, and I say that because that's how this thing was sold. Not sold, obviously it was free, but um, and this blue actually is kind of clearish. But I guess that turned out okay for the blue that I was trying to achieve. Well, there's one, and here's the other. This is the second TARDIS because the first one didn't work. So all I need to do now, and I'll go into that, is finish putting that up because
Cool.
none of this is glued in. So let's drop a little glue in here. Happy little glue seams. That's what we got to have.
Hmm.
I dig the both of them. I like the I don't know. I like the laser cutting of the wood.
It makes it look really cool. I mean, it gives it that burnt look.
Yeah.
You know. Um, let's see. This is going to go on here. So let me just go ahead and dab some here, here, here.
For me, growing up in the '80s, actually, as a little kid, and seeing after school you get home and PVS would have like or midday as well. Sometimes you come home either sick or teachers work, whatever the case.
It's called
And
hooky.
well, hooky, no, not so much. That came later, but um, at that time, this sort of show or this particular show was really trippy because of just that. The TARDIS. You walk in,
Yep.
and all of a sudden you have this whole huge. It was just mind blowing for a kid to see something like that, just so abstract or different, strange, and so on.
It was definitely different. Yeah. I mean, I agree. When
I never got into Doctor Who. Um,
Oh, that's too bad.
yeah, I guess the thing is, like, we moved to out to a different town, or and my aunt was staying in the house we left, and my parents left her the television. So here we are on this new town 100 miles away from the old one, and all we had was a radio. And well, we got to leave. We got to leave this the TV for Auntie so and so, and so, and that's I know one kid we'd be out playing, and the kid would have to leave at 4 o'clock or whatever. Oh, Doctor Who's on? Doctor Who's on? And I, what are you talking about? I don't know Doctor Who.
Why
And
didn't you just use your cell phone and look it up on YouTube or something?
oh, I should have. Yeah, in 1963. Yeah, I should have. But as we age, or some of you know more than others, your eyesight starts getting weak, and you need more light. So I come up with a pair of glasses that might help me.
what was
Oh,
Spoonhut doing about whiskey? What?
what's up with the glasses? I can,
Mm,
I can barely see them, but they're like lit up.
Yeah.
Who?
I'm digging it from here. It's trippy.
This right here?
What?
Yeah.
Oh, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
AF says, Whiskey Rick
You know what, Greg? Just
What?
hold those up right now for a second. Lit up
Oh,
like you were
hang
doing.
on. I shut them off.
I didn't know there was going to be this dramatic pause. See, with that, we could start right here, right now, all of us here, a rock and roll band from the 80s. That looks so 1980s. What was it? Alternate. What was that style back then? Whatever.
Well,
Alternative music? Alternative to music?
No, there's another word for it. It
that
wasn't
looks like
alternative.
that looks like glam to me.
Yeah.
No, I was thinking more. What was that other? There was another subgenre that was very popular. It wasn't alternate, and it wasn't just regular old hair metal and this and that. It was
New wave?
new wave. You're totally this. We can start right now a band and have it be new wave, and that would totally work.
TKC Prince says,
I'm telling you, it
Glam
reminds
Rock
me of
yeah.
like we built this city on rock and roll or whatever.
Yep.
TK is calling it glam rock. Yes.
TKC Prince
What they are
Nope, that is not new wave.
is I
TKC
put
Prince
they come in a pair of two.
It's
Yeah, I
glam.
only wanted one,
Yep.
TKC Prince
and what it is, it's
says,
a LED
That is
light,
glam.
and they called
AF
them halo lights.
says,
If you looked at
I have
like
Yeah.
seen
cars
that.
of the whatever these newer cars, they have that ring around the headlight.
We built this city,
But
not new.
anyway, why I wanted
We
this,
built this city on rock and roll. Ah.
That's
I
right.
want I want one of these on my mill, and it goes around the spindle, like so the drill part goes down through the thing, it's just so I could see better exactly. And some guy on YouTube who says, "Oh yeah, you use so and so's." Hey, heck of a good idea. So I ordered a pair.
I
Haven't
kind of
installed
dig.
them yet, but
I dig it, dude. I'm sure they sell glasses that do the same thing.
oh yeah. Well, they make these glow sticks, these small. thin glow sticks.
Yeah.
I've seen them make them into glasses and wear them for a party.
So you didn't get the opportunity to watch the Doctor Who back in the day?
No, and I knew about it like later on, but there again we had what I call farmer vision. There was no cable, there was no whatever, and we had three channels, and that was it. And one was a government subsidized channel, so it was pretty poor. Oh, we had four. We had the French channel, television channel, but no. The only time they were good, the French channel, was late at night, and they showed kind of blue movies from France. Like not porn, but you know what I mean. Like there might be a
Rick
Soft,
Taylor.
flash here and
soft
there.
porn. Soft porn.
Not even that. They were just kind of showing what I think they'd call PG now.
Oh, Pete, you right?
TKSD Prince
All you needed was a little bit of ankle.
like the Thompson twins, Duran Duran,
Yep.
and Flock of Seagulls, Yazoo, etc. I miss the 80s music so much.
Somebody likes 80s music.
Flock of Seagulls. I think Duran would have been in there.
Yep, new
I like
wave.
I like 80s music now. That be back then when I was growing up, because that was my time, little era. Um, that I would have looked down upon, like anything that wasn't heavy metal was like,
Yep.
you know, it just we didn't. But now looking back, when I hear it on the radio or whatever, even the stuff I didn't like, I'm like, man, that you know what? I'll give it a pass. I like it, and I guess things grow fond. You know, you grow fond of stuff.
You
TKSD
I guess.
start
Prince
waxing the
says,
nostalgic. Yeah.
Yeah.
my own music is very
Now,
pretty.
okay,
TKSD
going back to the
says,
80s.
that I
I think
create.
it was 80s. You remember the song by
TKSD Prince
Tony
says,
Basil?
yeah,
Hey,
music
Mickey, you're
boosted.
so fine.
Yeah.
Right?
Do you know where she popped up before that?
Who's
Uh,
this now?
Tony Basil or Basil, Basil.
TKSD Prince
I have no
says,
idea, dude.
Faulty Towers?
Nope,
No?
that's Basil Faulty.
Right.
Okay, 1969, the movie um, Easy Rider.
Yeah.
Ah,
Tony Basil was the dark-haired prostitute in that movie.
Wow.
The other one I think was Karen Black, the one that's got kind of a
oh,
stigmatism in her eyes, and she looks kind of wonky.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, and she was a choreographer working
TKSD
in Hollywood and
says,
many different movies and productions and that. And she went in there, and when they come out with that song, um, "Hey
Mickey.
Mickey" or Mickey, whatever, and she was dressed up in a cheerleader's costume, and they were kind of saying, "Well, yeah, you're a little bit old to be a cheerleader in 1984 or five or six or whatever," but yeah, she made some money.
Yeah, I remember that. There was a lot of good stuff back then. I don't know. I'm biased towards that decade particularly, but whatever. A
Well,
guy
you know
on
what I liked about that decade?
what's that?
Disco
We're
was
back.
gone.
We're back. We're back.
What do you mean?
Disco had left the chat in the 80s.
Okay.
thank God.
You had your rock in the 60s, your rock and roll in, or I guess it was rock and roll in the 60s, rock in the 70s.
AF
Along come later
says,
70s was disco, and
is not dead.
then you had your new wave and your punk and your you know,
60s had the good music.
yeah, 60s, 70s, early 70s.
Early
Yeah,
70s.
I think 70s had the
Yeah.
best music.
But I'm
Yeah,
I'm showing
but,
my
but
showing my
you're too
age.
young. You're too young to appreciate the 60s.
Oh, I'm too young. Oh.
Do you guys know the song "Born Too Late"? Born too late. Da, da, da. Have you heard that song?
I think so.
It's from the 50s. Born too late. Why was I born too late? It's sung by a girl.
I'm sure I have heard that
TKSD
or
Prince
reference to it.
says,
I'm gonna tell you right now because I
thank
can't
you
believe
for
because you guys are on
support.
about this
Never
whole
listen to
60s and this and that and the other, and I'm throwing I'm reaching back in time prior to my existence, and you're not like connecting them. So let me give you the name of it.
Well, excuse us.
So,
Yeah,
so TK is saying
that,
that
that's
Superman was awesome as it was about war, etc. You must listen to it. But is that a musical group?
So it's the song is called "Born Too Late," and it's by the artist The Ponytails, released in 1958. And the lyrics are "Born too late for you to notice me. To you, I'm just a kid that won't date. Why was I born too late?
Hmm.
I see you walk with another. I wish it could be me. I long to hold and kiss you, but I know it can never be.
Says,
For I was
I love
born
the Everly
too
Brothers.
late.
Early stuff was great.
No, man, you guys, and I'm
Prince
like, I was born in
You're
the
old.
70s. I was born in the
TKSD
70s, and I grew up listening to, I guess, the oldies station. So I don't know why you would not. Oh well.
Oh, well. One of the first concerts I went to was a 50s rock and roll revival in the
Hmm.
70s because I would have been
Mine was
about 16 taking the or 15, 14 taking the bus down to the concert hall, and there was Chuck Berry, Bill Haley and the Comets, the Shirelles, the Shondells, the something
was Marty
L's.
McFly there?
No, no,
was that a Dick Clark Caravan of Stars?
no.
Okay, because that was my first, and that was
Yeah.
about the same lineup.
And the what do you call it, the backup band for many of them was like, in other words, these artists would come out and they'd all play in front of, or sing in front of a backup band, and the backup band was
players
called,
The
UK
band.
have used the UK
no,
classic
no.
songs from the 60s and 70s, etc.
Rockets.
I
That
Blowboy.
can't
makes
think of
sense.
it now. Too dumb, too old. But what happened?
The Wrecking Crew.
No, what
Nah.
happened during the thing, and like many people nowadays, and what's come out about Chuck Berry and being kind of a crabby old cuss, and and demanding this and that and the other thing, and so he come out, and they had equipment problems, so they're fixing frantically trying to fix the equipment to the back. There was amps or mics or whatever. So here's old Chuck Berry, being the showman he was, and the mic was still working, and to the house, and so they could, the whole house. He started um, reciting poems, big long poems for about like 10 minutes. So that, well, rather than walking off stage, and doing nothing and leaving everybody going, what, but anyway, so I thought, that's pretty good. And then they fixed it, and on he come, and you did the Johnny Be Good and all that kind of stuff.
I saw um, Little Richard at an outdoor concert at the Mikasuki Hotel and Casino, just about 10, 12 miles away from here. And
Ribbit.
it was awesome. It was awesome because like, it was full, but it was open enough where you could walk right up to the stage and look up right at him as he's playing. And I went and stood there, and he's
Gotcha.
playing, and I'm singing the lyrics along with him because, I mean, just that's pure rock and roll, and I grew up listening to it, oldies stations, and he looks down, and He looks at me straight in the eye as I'm
Kate
copying the lyrics
says,
that he's singing at the same time, and he's focusing on. I am literally looking at Little Richard, and Little Richard is looking at me. And as the song goes, I screw up like the lyrics, and a look of disgust came over his face, and he turned away and kept going. Never looked down again. True story.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm.
Oh, Bo Diddley was at that concert I was talking about earlier as well.
I also
Oh,
I also saw
The backup band I remember was Gary U.S. Bonds, and I hadn't really heard of them before, but
I also
and
saw
there
Chuck
was no
Berry.
Wikipedia back then.
Right?
Kilroy, I got her done.
Looks like it.
I think
Oh,
I'm gonna
cool.
get my butt out of here. I got to get some food.
All right.
But yeah, we got her. We got both of them. One's ready to go, and one I'll have to put another coat on. But she's doing good.
Cool.
Looks
This
great.
one,
I
there's
I think so.
Hmm.
this one is was from our stream the other night.
Uh huh.
Uh, the one of the guys commissioned it.
Yeah, I think I remember.
Yeah,
Well, that's
yeah.
cool.
So it's a couple bucks.
Mhm.
Guys, thank you so much for being here. I'll see you all later.
Nice
Kilroy,
meeting you.
thank you for having the stream again. Appreciate
Remember, thank you, Beeper, for being here. Remember to send me your email address and
it. Email or home address?
I'm sorry, your home address.
Okay, I'll get that. In fact, I'm going to go do that right now.
Okay.
All right.
All
See
right.
you guys next week.
Thank you much, and
All right.
have
Bye-bye.
a great week. See you
You
Monday.
too. Bye.
Bye. And then there were three.
Hmm.
Jay says, nice frog.
Yeah, he does real good. He's sold several of those already, and he sent Muhugs a cat version of that, which was pretty interesting. Um, I was gonna do something. I just forgot what it was in the transition there.
AF says, I am watching, always watching.
She's lurking. She's a lurker.
Oh,
That's right. I was gonna do something else. I forgot what it was. See, that's what happens when you get old. You go to do things and you don't get them done because
AF
you forget.
says, you're a lurker.
It sounds like what
Oh,
happens
I'm a
when
lurker.
people are
That's
young.
right. Huh?
It sounds it sounds the same as when people are young. They forget or decide not to do stuff anyhow.
I guess I'll just have to search here. Let's see.
I know there's a difference, but I'm not much on that young old dichotomy of this that. I know that things exist, but it's like I don't know.
You forget things? Is that?
No, what I'm saying is that whether or not old
The Dutchman's
folks
Wood
or
Shop
younger folks,
says,
this, that, and the other, as far as the differences that may occur in this and that, it's all, I guess, a trade off, you know. But when you're young, you're pretty not wise. So that's a big trade off there.
Oh, agreed.
hello, Jeff.
Hey Jeff, how you doing?
Unless you're Buddha.
Yeah. Well,
Buddha.
when you're young, you don't know as much because you haven't been exposed to as much.
Right.
And the problem is, though, after a while, even though you've been exposed to it, you forget it.
I'm constantly forget. Heck, I forget things just sitting here.
You bet. I go from here over to my toolbox.
says,
I'm purposely going there to get something, and I forget what I was going for.
Have you
Jeff
done that
Jeff
going
is in
to the
Hawaii.
supermarket?
What was that, Eloy?
Have you done that going to the supermarket?
I don't. We have it delivered.
Attachments would
No,
check.
but ever?
I leave that up to the wife. She
Attachments.
goes on the app, she puts in what she wants, and they show up at the door with it.
No, I'm just saying like ever, like what
Oh
like
well, go shopping, yes. And I have come to use phone to put a list because I would go there and like, why am I here? And you go down the aisles and you go, no, don't think I want that. No, no.
have you ever wait a sec, have you ever done that and then whatever you do your thing and then but when you get home, whatever it is you actually went to get, you remember it, but you're already home. That's got to have happened. Cause it,
Oh, more than once, hundreds of times.
yeah, me too.
Okay, like putting music in the equation now. I'd be sitting at home listening to music way back when, and having and or I go to a friend's place, they play music, and you get talking about a band or this or that, and you go, yeah, I want to get that album. And this would happen over a month's period of time, and we didn't go down to the I didn't go down to the music store all that much or music stores. I'd get in there, and I hadn't a clue. My mind was blank. I could start flipping through the record albums. That's what I think they had cassettes back then too. But and I'm flipping and flipping and flipping, and nothing is connecting. Nothing. And I'd walk out of there hundreds of times with nothing because I couldn't think of what I really wanted, or nothing triggered.
My problem is that I'll actually walk out with something and it's not what I intended to go, do or get, I should say.
Hmm.
That's crazy. It's frequent though. It is
It's
frequent.
it's
And
the
it's
restrict.
more frequent now with my age.
But I bet you something you guys have never experienced, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but ever. I bet you guys never have gone to the gas station like I did once, purchased gas, got in my car, and drove away without filling up the tank. I bet none of you have done that.
I don't think. No, I don't think I have done that. No.
I might have, but I realized it came back. But I do remember one time when I was in a hurry and I actually
AF
ripped the
says.
the hose
Go.
off.
Oh no!
Left the
Oh
hose in
goodness,
the in
goodness
the
no!
in the filler and then drove off. Yes,
AF says.
Okay, that's even worse
Short
than
text.
think. Oh my goodness.
yeah, I have done that.
Well, that's an extreme. That's pretty. I mean, that's we see that on YouTube clips.
LOL.
Damn, Al.
Well, maybe I haven't done it too much because in my youth I was a gas jockey at multiple places, so it was kind of, what do you call it? Like, it was second nature
Yeah,
to
you got to
to
pull it
fill up.
out.
Yep. Now I'm talking the old pumps where you lifted the nozzle, and then you had to flip a lever that was right under the nozzle, like,
Right.
TK
and go there and
says.
walk in and pay and that
Join
kind
the
of stuff.
chat.
But
I bet you guys never
Oh,
have.
TK's here. Here we go. Hello, TK.
Hey there,
Hi everyone.
welcome.
good evening,
Good
TK.
day to you.
Says.
Tell us,
Hey, I built something similar to the TARDIS.
would you build, Jeff? Tell us about yourself, TK.
Well, I do a bit of everything. Hobbyist, artist, just generally play around and
Jack of
see
all
what I can
trades,
do.
right?
Yep.
Attachments would shack.
I thought I'd show you some of the stuff that I've been doing on the
Dot dot.
F1 Ultra.
Cool.
Oh, that's cool.
With what?
The F1 Ultra, the fiber laser.
I
That's
gotcha.
actually carved in
Wow.
stone.
Wow, that's
Nice.
pretty bad to the bone, actually.
I hope Moohugs is watching.
I
Is
think
that a
she is.
dragon or some sort of
AF.
griffin?
It's one of the Celtic designs. It's put on a stone to make it look like an old piece that's been broken off.
Yeah, I
Eventually, I'll
kind of
make
did
a
that.
mold of it and then cast them in resin.
Neat.
That's pretty badass.
Cool.
What's
And
it going to be for? I mean,
They're just for sale, to put on the
Okay,
shelves
gotcha.
and stuff.
The Dutchman's
Which,
Wood Shack says, okay, you guys, how's
Maybe
the
angle it.
internet?
Yeah, they, a little bit.
Doing good, Jeff.
There you go.
this
Hey, there's a
background
link out
is
there if you want to hop in. Show
And
your. Oh, you're in Hawaii.
which one's that one? What design is that's like
a Celtic Greyhound. Hang on, I'm going to disable this background. It's useless. Settings.
Yeah, you kind of
Come on.
sometimes have to put it in front of you and tilt it a
The
little bit,
Dutchman's Wood Shack
and then
says,
tilt it.
you saying you've been exposed to Kilroy
well, you're
tobacco?
opening a
No,
portal.
maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, that didn't work at all.
No, hang on a minute.
You're,
Virtual
you're
background. Let's
you're
turn it
opening a
off.
portal into some dimension.
Yeah,
There we go.
there
You
we
see
go.
all the crap behind me now.
So
Yeah,
that's a
it looks a lot
greyhound.
better.
That's pretty trippy.
And obviously, like stone varies. You know what I mean? It's not predictable. So
Right.
I lost a lot of the detail here because the stone type is different. See if we can get it into
Yes,
focus.
Is that
says,
like a
that is cool.
Greek or Roman something or other?
Yeah, it's just a little bit of something. It's all my own stuff. But I like to put it on stone because then it looks like a fragment of something.
Yeah, I kind of like that idea. I mean, how much do they go for?
Well, these ones won't be for sale. These will be the masters that I'll take molds off, and then once I've sussed out how much they're going to cost. But I do like slates as well.
Such creativity. My gosh.
You know what I mean? It'll also engrave onto metal.
Nice.
You know what I mean? They take about 2 to 3 hours each to do. You know what I mean? They're not a quick thing.
That's cool.
Neat. Neat.
Custom like wall tiles. I could picture like the odd
Hold it back,
tile, like
Greg.
you purchase the odd
Yeah.
tile.
I mean, there's a couple. Yeah, there's another one there. The
Nice.
ones that are white are the more recent ones that I've just done.
What do
Custom
you
tile.
use to make the mold or the pattern or whatever you call it?
Well, to actually engrave them, what you use is a depth map. And I used to do them by hand. You just generate a normal depth map, and then I would take the original image and then overlay that to get the details back on it. But these days, I've been using a new program called Sculpt. Hang on, let me just see if I can find it.
I've been
It
working
basically,
on TARDIS, and then TK's
The Dutchman's Wood
showing
Shack
us some wood here or some
Hi,
rock
GK.
engravings. Jeff, go ahead, TK. I'm sorry.
yeah, the program I've been using is called. Hang on a minute, I've lost the.
The Dutchman's Wood Shack
Where are we? There we go,
says,
back there.
OAS,
Sculpt OK, which basically does all this work for me now.
JJ,
Yeah, I mean, it is a paid subscription, but
Hi,
it
Jeff.
saves me so much work.
Wow.
That is neat.
It
So what I
really
do
Very
is.
neat.
is I load in my original image, it will create a depth map, then it will overlay the details on it and give me 3 different options of depending on the depth that I want actually into the tile. It's like this one is my partner and his sister. I need to send this one over. Yeah, I mean, she's in Ukraine at the moment, so
I really
Ooh,
like
that's
the
a
Celtic.
scary place to be, I think.
yeah.
Yes.
I'm lucky though because she's more to the east, or was it the west? She's nowhere near the fighting, the main battles, but they still get the air raids and everything.
Oh, yep.
Couldn't imagine what's going on over there. It's
Nope.
amazing.
But it's weird because like war to me is like Second World War, you know, with like the Blitz, the blackouts, and everything, and making sure no light was anywhere so that bombers could see you. But now it's all changed; it's all GPS, so it doesn't matter if you have the curtains wide open and the lights on. You know what I mean? It's a totally different type of warfare these days.
Never thought of it that way, but yeah, you're absolutely correct.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the cars in from that time period in the UK. They used to have like little slits across their lights so they didn't
Yep,
cast too much light.
yep.
Right.
The military vehicles over here, they had those lights on them. You know,
Now, why does the theme to Hogan's Heroes come to mind right now? Da, 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 da,
I
da.
know nothing.
It just that's what I just flashed back to, guys.
It's like at the moment, I'm actually monitoring 20 odd webcams in Ukraine, all spread over the area. And I'm actually watching the air raid maps at the moment as well.
Wow.
And that's a regular thing that I do every
Can,
night.
can you show those?
I can give you the links.
Well, no, I meant just do a desktop and share it. I mean, you can share the
But
links too. That's fine.
yeah, I'll just share the links to be easy. Whereabouts in the north? There we go. You might have to. Oh, there it is. It did post. That's for the air raids.
My son-in-law has a dairy farm, and there were many Ukrainian refugees come to Canada when the war started, and they ended up to the town where he is close to. Anyway, he hired man and wife to work on his dairy farm and that. The wife is now doing another job somewhere else, and but the guy is still there working.
From
Yeah, I
back
mean,
in the from back way back when.
Well, whenever the conflict started, which is almost 3 years ago, I think it was.
Oh, I don't know. I was stuck in World War II. I'm thinking of this poor guy
No,
toiling
no,
and,
no,
and
no, no. I'm talking the Russian Ukrainian conflict. That yeah.
right.
And I talked to the guy. And he's he he's getting more and more English. Like I haven't talked to him in a year, but you know, it, communication was okay. He knew some English, and he didn't have a driver's license. He didn't have this, didn't have that. They come over with a couple of backpacks. That's all they had to their name. And
See, assist.
there was a Ukrainian society over here that would help them out. Find them billeting, find them accommodation, and then find them a job. Because they were allowed to work right away and that sort of thing, rather than other types of immigrants. And yeah, so my son-in-law had to say he would keep them employed for a year. I think it was, you know.
yeah, that's. Yeah, I mean, it's so many years into it so far. It's there's
But
some
I
people.
could just couldn't imagine picking up and all you got is a backpack of your some clothes and belongings, and that's it. You move halfway around the world and starting
JJ
over again.
says, buy
Not
little
good.
ducks.
My family basically did that. Picked up a suitcase and left Cuba and immigrated 90 miles away, albeit, but a totally different land
Yep.
back in '67. So I remember I remember really well actually, and I know what my parents had to give up, and it wasn't life or death like is taking place now, but it was certainly quite a change. Leave everything behind, and
Hmm.
and go somewhere else.
I mean, the language barrier I can totally understand because, like, I'm actually Welsh, but I hardly know any Welsh. I learned,
Yeah.
yeah, and I'm learning Ukrainian, but my Welsh accent the pronunciation of words keeps getting mixed up with Ukrainian. You know what I mean? And it does cause a lot of problems.
I bet.
That's cool. The Welsh are
That,
supposedly very, very historically ancient, pre pre all sorts of things that came into the British Isles, as far as I've read.
Yeah, it's like the Welsh accent. I think, from what I can tell, is the original. Well, not the accent. The Welsh language is the original language for the whole of the UK because you got Cornish, Old Cornish, and when they talk on it, speak it, it's Welsh. But they
It's
refuse to admit that it's Welsh. It's not. It's Old Cornish. No, it's Welsh. You count numbers the same as us.
it's a Celtic language.
Yeah. Then we got invaded so many times.
Yeah,
The Normans, the Saxons, the Vikings.
yeah. I like the Celt images that you engraved. Those were my favorites of the ones. There's something about it. There's something about it.
Well, I usually carve stone by hand, but it takes so. Yeah, I mean, for me to do something like that would take me months,
Yeah,
and especially to get it to sort of like where I'm happy with. But that took 3 hours.
wow, that is neat.
yeah. I like the fact that it's on stone, and it's sort of like if you were like walking across, I don't know, and you just stumbled upon, and then here you have this artifact. It's almost like that.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, that was another thing I was thinking of doing at some time was just going around to old rivers and stuff and just dropping them in and let somebody in 50 years' time pick it up and go, wow.
Oh, Eloy knows all about that. Precious gems in a stream.
Yeah, I guess I have no shame, so I don't
I'm
mind.
sorry, Eloy. I
No,
shouldn't have gone
no, but you know
there.
what? Instead of kindness and being gentle and amicable, you throw in you toss the hammer in order to. So one time,
Huh?
oh whatever, this is so poor a form of yours, Greg. But I'll go along with it. One time I showed Greg a video I'd come across. Um, Mind you, I had not seen the full video, but we played it live. And in the beginning, it's these people somewhere in Asia, and they're digging for precious stones, and they're literally like carving out of the mud, rock, all sorts of stuff. And then here comes one stone that's a perfectly faceted, like huge emerald, like pre-faceted already. And so it was a lie, the whole video, but it was fun just the same. And so Greg was making fun of me for believing stuff that pops up on the internet.
Yeah, you get a lot of these. It's like I watch a lot of gold channels and stuff. What's that,
What
Greg? Lumps of lead.
That's that's a future project. To play with. What it is pewter ingots.
Mm,
A friend of mine, he made a bunch, and this is like muffin tins. He poured them in muffin tins, and it's pewter. And I want to do some casting of certain things, and he did some. And gee, can I find it here? Yeah, I'll show you what he did. And this intrigued me. There,
what's that?
that's that is pewter.
No, I know, but what is it?
What that is a motorcycle tire
Yeah.
Oh,
with two representatives of exhaust.
Yeah.
So if you can imagine, it's
Yeah.
abstract, right? You're looking at the back end of a motorcycle with
I
two
got it.
exhausts on it,
That's really cool.
and it's not very thick, but you don't need it to be thick. But what he did, he did, some with two exhausts, some with two on one side, one with one on one side. Depending on what type of motorcycle you had. It's the antique motorcycle club that I belong to, and he used silicone as a mold, like a
Yeah.
silicone mold, and then he poured it in there. And he says it's like the pewter melts at quite a low temperature, and the mold will last quite a while, like 10, 15 times. So yeah, he really sparked my interest. As if I don't need another. You know,
Sure you do, right?
If
Sure
yeah.
you
you
want to
do.
look up spin molding,
Hmm.
where they use like oh, I can't think of what the rubber is, but once you've made the mold, you have to bake it in the oven,
Okay. Yep.
and then you can pour pewter in it. But they last for ages. I mean,
Hmm.
those molds. Yeah, my silicon molds, I don't think they would do too well when it comes to the heat and stuff.
Hmm.
I think they're mainly primarily for resins and stuff. And the only thing with carving these is that my extractor fan, it is coated. I mean, you do one of these, and you basically your whole extraction tube will end up with cement in it.
Yep.
But I'm going to use that. I'm going to mix that with the resins
Mm.
to do the cars.
Yep. Resin casting is another thing I'm interested in. There he is. It's these rabbit holes. They're everywhere. I got, I
I'm
got,
with you
I
on
got,
that, Greg.
I only got 2 feet, but I'm down 15 holes.
Yeah.
I hear you. I agree.
I mean,
Like,
in this room alone, I've got one, two, three resin printers, four laser engravers, and an FDM printer. And this is my
oh
front room.
goodness. Well, I would have many more tools, but I do not have room. And I've just said, like, no, 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 can't do it.
I think I could fit my apartment in your room that you're in now at least twice. Easy.
It,
I've always been
it
envious of the Americans with the amount of space you can have in a building.
I
You
live
get
in Texas, so we have acres upon acres of
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, the only people that have acres of land are farmers in this country.
Right, right.
well, I built this thing, and like before I built it, I was talking and to friends and that, and I was into, or still am into cars, like old
Mm.
cars, what the hot rods, that sort of stuff, and everybody was talking. Oh, I'm going to build a garage, going to build a garage, and that kind of how big, how big. And the thing was, build it as big as you think you need, add 10 feet all around, and it's going to be guaranteed too small for what you want.
I used
This
to,
garage I built in '84, and it was what I could afford, and it was just a shell when I built it. Was is 1,000 square feet, 28 by 36. It's a couple of feet off exactly 1,000, but yeah, I could use two or three of them.
Right. Same way I feel.
I mean, I love restoring old cars. The bodywork. I don't know anything about engines or electronics or anything like that, but bodywork. Give me an English wheel and a sheet of metal.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah, old school.
I've dabbled in it. I went to trade school back out of high school, and I took a 10-month apprentice or whatever you want to call it, a course with auto body. What do you got there, Eloy?
What
Turn around.
material? What material? What
Oh,
stone is this?
Uh, no idea. I usually just work with basic granites and stuff, but
Oh, throw it out
it,
there. I'm going to say quartz.
yeah, I would say it's kind of quartz, flint. It reminds me of.
Okay. Well, I kind of cheated by saying by prompting by saying what kind of a stone or whatnot, but it's actually resin.
Ah, you cheater.
Well, no, I just wanted to see what you
Yep.
would say that it
Yep.
would be.
It's got that
I
kind of
said
like,
quartz because it was kind of translucent or
yeah,
whatever.
and that's kind of why I was thinking of
Oh yeah, yeah, cool.
nice. Looks like a little bit of tiger eye or clear wood.
Yeah, just a couple of pen. I pulled them from this box here. That they're full of dust. I haven't touched. It's like three. I've been sitting with since I saw you guys.
Back when we lived in a town there west of us, there was a gravel pit, and they had a place they called it the Rock something or other, and you went there and you could search for different types of stone,
Mm.
agate, and there was one called epidote, and there was petrified wood, and there was something or other. But anyway, in the store there, and they had polished agate, and they would tumble it and with grit, whatever you want to call it. And wow, they looked really neat, and always thought I would like to get into that. There's another one, right?
Is agate the one that's got like that? It's translucent too, and sometimes it's
Yeah, it's quartz or quartzite or something to that effect. Yeah,
okay.
and it comes in many colors, and it has streaks in it, and you know, usually kind of an off-white, yellowy thing, and then it had many different colors in it.
Sometimes they can sparkle or be blue or some other sort of weird.
I can imagine that I can't, I haven't seen it in quite a while. And then there was another one, and the 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 rock was hollow or almost hollow, and they would slice it and open it up, and there was like crystals in the middle,
Geo,
but surrounded by translucent whatever. So they would polish that edge, and it looked
one of
really looked
these.
cool. Yes, yes,
Is
exactly.
that like an agate, I believe?
It's a geode.
Oh, geode. Yeah, geode. There you go.
Yeah, yeah.
Because there's a just on this subject, there's a couple of channels on that people that live in Australia somewhere, and
Nice.
they pull rocks from the ground, and then they go to this machine where they start cutting into it and cutting, and then they pull this beautiful, and I think that they're agates. I'm
Those
unsure.
could be opals
Opals. Okay, that's the word. So those are,
because they do a lot of opal mining over there, and that's something I've always wanted to do.
yeah, that stuff is I don't know if you guys have checked out these opal. I guess I don't know what you would call it, but they're refining it.
Hmm.
Um, and those are a lot of fun to watch.
I've seen opal in jewelry, but that's about it. You know.
That's what
Oh,
happens when they
nice.
fill up.
That's nice.
Yeah.
The one thing I actually want to do is try and get hold of a fossil. We used to have a nice beach where you could find fossils, but the council decided to dredge 1 million tons of sand onto it, like for the sea defences and stuff, and to give a beach for the tourists and stuff. But it covered all the rocks, so I can't get hold of any fossils now. Because what I want to test is like, could I actually just take layer by layer by layer off, because a fossil is a harder material than the stone. So would it instead of like having to use all them tools to clear a fossil out, could you just run a laser over it?
That
And
would be
scan it and then reproduce it.
Well, yeah, it's just save all that work if you could just stick fiber lasers over big fossils and just let it run.
there's an image that I ran across of a ring. It's a Roman ring, and they took some precious gem and they carved in. It's just the size of a ring, and they carved into it the face of the lady's son that had passed away. And I don't know. I guess they hollow it out from the opposite end, and then when the light hits it, it sort
Mm.
of creates the shadows that is necessary for you to get a 3D image of the person. It's mind blowing.
If I remember rightly, those rings are also used as for seals, like for wax seals and documents.
Okay, with wax and all that.
Yeah, if you pressed into it, it would leave the image.
Yeah, but the one I'm talking about is imagine a smooth or
Oh,
what?
carved in the back of it.
Right. Yeah, that blew my mind that they would do something. I guess it was 2,000 years ago, somewhere thereabouts, that they had the precision to, like something small enough that fits on your finger that they could
Yeah.
actually
Well, this
for
is one of the things I find amazing. Is they think that people back in them days weren't clever or intelligent, just basically wanting to survive. But yeah, I mean, if you imagine we lost all our equipment and had to start from scratch.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well,
No, I'm a genius because people came before me that invented lights and refrigeration and like computer tech, and so obviously I'm all sorts of bright because I have all these benefits that these folks that preceded us left us. It's a little bit rich to assume that other people back in the day were not as clever as us. That's
yeah,
just the wrong way to look at it.
they just didn't have the time to. I mean, it was like the rich people that could
Home
afford
improvement
to
tips
play around
says,
Well, yeah.
yes,
because
everybody
everyone
needs
else is just
Happy
like,
New
I need
Year.
to
Hello,
throw.
happy New Year to you too.
Yeah, if you took everything away from us and had to reinvent it all over again right
Yeah,
now, I mean, what's the difference? We'd be the same as, I don't know, people in caves, and who knows,
yeah,
even they would be more advanced
Improvement
because,
tips says,
it's like that
Fallout
somebody, there
72.
was a story somewhere that I read or a video where a guy said, oh, it's a comedian. He was a comedian. He said, I don't know how well I would do if I went back to the future, like Back to the Future, like the movie, and I
yeah,
was sent back to nine. I don't even know. He said, I don't even know if I could evidence that I'm from the future to those people in 1950 something because I simply I have all these things, but I use them, but I don't know how they work. And it
yeah.
was a hilarious joke because it's so true, you know.
By the way, guys, Home Improvement Tips out there says Happy New Year's. And here's one for you. How about 70s music like Cheap Trick? Let me start off, Van Halen. I
Mm,
went and saw Cheap Trick in concert, Winnebago County Fairgrounds, July 4th, 1979, Winnebago County, Wisconsin. Wisconsin?
Home improvement
I
tips.
loved it. It was great.
What about the Beatles?
And the Beatles. No, the Beatles weren't there. It was
no,
Molly Hatchet, the Babies.
I reckon if you drop the Beatles into the charts today, if they came out as a band today, they would just fall flat on their face.
You think the Beatles a band today?
If they came out, I mean, if there wasn't that many bands back then.
I think they had um, I don't know the clean cut look, and of course
No,
they
I don't.
sang good
I,
too,
I,
right?
I think that everything falls within the context of its time. Because, well, obviously it does because for their time, um, we're still feeling the repercussions of it today. But if absent of them ever existing and then coming out today, there's too much static, there's too
Improvement
much
tips.
noise, available things to pull your attention,
Green
and I
tea.
don't know that because there's no one solid timeline of like, oh, this is rock music or this
I
is whatever. There's none of that anymore. There's just all sorts of stuff.
I'm trying to remember. There was a film out recently where a guy suddenly, I don't know how he did. I think he had an accident or something, and he awoke in a world where the Beatles didn't exist.
Yeah,
I think it was called Yesterday,
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah. That was the movie. Yes.
yeah, brilliant movie.
Yeah, it kind of pissed me off a little bit. I saw a little bit of it, but I had to turn it off because I'm a little bit of a Beatles fan, and the whole context of the Beatles not existing, just the concept. I watched it and stuff, but he played it. He didn't play it the way they would have played it, and well, that's the point. But
Yeah.
no, no, I didn't
I like the
appreciate it.
things where, like, where he goes to have a smoke, and it's like nobody smokes.
Right?
I mean, what you're doing is like you suddenly think, yeah, was that because of the Beatles?
Yeah,
Because the way they were so open about things and stuff was, and I like that aspects of it.
a lot of things came down the pike because of the Beatles that we're not
Oh yeah,
necessarily aware of, that people just adopted because it's like they were doing cool stuff apart
yeah.
from just the music, and people, you know, gravitated towards that fashion and language, very,
Mm.
little sayings and this and that, hairstyle, everything.
Yeah, man, I did like their movies when I was a kid. The Beatle movies, they were quite good, especially the one where they had the whole row of houses and they all entered the doors and all the walls and inside it had all been knocked down. It was just one
Yeah.
big house.
Help.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Greg, just by the way, Greg doesn't appreciate the Beatles. Just putting that out there. That's my retribution to you, publicly saying that, Greg. What? You're either He's more of a Rolling Stones kind of fan.
Rolling
He's
Stone.
all about Mick Jagger, choreography and such.
Huh? Oh, oh.
Also, you missed all that, but just happened.
No, I heard it all, but you didn't see me all. So no loss for you.
You're
No,
either a,
I
a
guess I had
Beatles,
a lump in my internet.
you're either a Beatles fan or a Stones fan. Which one are you, Greg?
It's a score or a level, right?
Yeah.
And like the Stones are up, 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 and the Beatles are down.
See, I never liked either of them. I
Yeah.
was,
You think it's like Eloy and I are different ages,
mm,
obviously, but it's a kind of a thing. It's where and when you
yeah,
heard the music. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, totally.
and, and when you hear a certain song for the first time, second time, or maybe even the 50th time, but where you were, and it
Yeah.
makes an impression on you, and that's the thing, right? So
And I think that's why I love the Everly Brothers, because my mum used to play so much of it when she was pregnant with me.
there you go. Yeah,
And I
something
think it
like that.
used to take her to a happy place, and that made me feel happy like
Hmm.
whilst I was in. So it still brings that sort of like warmth to me when I hear it. You know what I mean? It's
Well, imagine this take on it. Imagine, just, as one of many. Imagine this take. So when you, for example, if you like a certain author that wrote something back way back when, that book, and it's a fictitious, J.J.R. Tolkien, let's say, like Lord of the Rings. It
Ooh.
doesn't matter if you pick it up back when it came out, or if today you have appreciation for it and this and that, and there's a whole history involved with it and all this and that. Same thing with the Beatles. You could be in any generation, and if you're an aficionado of music and this and that, you will listen to it and you will find the gems inside of that, and the whole, like, the literature involved and the stories, and appreciate it just the same. The Beatles does that. They have this whole um, history and myth and legend about them, plus the music, that there's enough there for one to entertain themselves and explore.
Okay, conversely to that, if you were subjected to the Beatles, whether you wanted it or not, back when I was growing up, and it was on the radio. My cousins had the records. I go over to their place and they're playing "And She Loves You," yeah, 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 and I'm going, "Oh, geez, that's kind of annoying." And then on and on. Once in a while, they come up with a kind of a neat little ditty like "Yellow Submarine" or something like that. It was slightly,
We all live in the yellow
yeah,
submarine.
so it's different than wandering back for me and checking out Bill Haley and the Comets or Chuck Berry or Bo Diddley because I didn't grow up with them. I was after that, but I went to like the rock and roll revival, and it was all in my face. And oh, this is all cool. This is so I had you know a much more what do you want acceptance to it.
No, I understand that. I get it. I get it. I get it. I mean, whatever. I
Yep.
mean, it's okay to be wrong, but I get it.
But now tell us, Eloy, what is it about the Rolling Stones that you know makes are you so detested about? Like,
Mick Jagger.
The
yep,
problem with it is all Mick Jagger. He's a
Yeah.
brilliant artist. I'm not going to take it. His vocals are unique and they write great songs, but I cannot view. Well, I can in order to laugh or to ridicule, but I cannot view an actual video or concert where he's like flailing about and like doing the chicken and I just can't do it, dude. I
The
can't do
okay,
it.
worst
now
video
stop
in
there,
fact,
stop there. The thing is, how do you take in music?
Through your ears.
There you go. It's got nothing to do with eyeballs.
Then
And
why
back
doesn't
and back in 1968, there was no video like there was. Yes, they were on Ed Sullivan, but you had to tune in at the right time once a month maybe, and maybe catch a glimpse. But like for me, the 60s music, and it included the Beatles, and it included the Everly Brothers, it included on and on and on, Dave Clark 5 and Flo and Eddie and whatever. But the uh, you you enjoyed it, or you took it in through your ears. So
and
to say
most of
I don't like the Stones because of the way Mick Jagger jumps around, I'm going like when I heard the Stones, there was no jumping around. It was just in your ears, and in your mind.
No, I get it. I'm just saying that the jumping around
But
destroys.
I'm saying for somebody who is so into music like you are to
Yeah,
dismiss something because of I say a misguided
you think it's
give,
misguided?
give me a latitude here. I'm just
Well,
busting your
you know
your
what
what?
was the
chops.
what was the track Dave Bowie and Mick Jagger did that he
Dancing in the streets.
yeah, terrible video, worst video ever.
Yep, yep.
Listen,
But I still like some David Bowie stuff. I still like
I
some
love
Mick Jagger stuff. But
no, no,
yeah,
dude,
the video ruins a lot of music
mm.
for me. And the thing is, it's got nothing to do with music.
no,
It's a
but
video.
no, but listen, it doesn't directly. You're right. Music is music, and it's the sonic side of it. But there are cultural hints um, about like I understand, like human beings, we're I'm biased. We all have our, but the thing is that it just doesn't seem cool to me, and it ruins the audios. Like I can't picture him in some place down in New
That's
Orleans.
because you grew up in the '80s, and their video was part of it. Where me, when I grew up in the '60s, video was not part of it.
My point is that I have that bias because the imagery just totally screws it up for me.
You keep reinforcing my argument. Imagery.
Because when you
But
listen to
it's
music,
imprinted, so you automatically see the video when you ever hear his voice.
That's what
yeah,
I'm saying. That's
yeah,
what I'm
Yeah,
saying. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Every time he sings, I see him doing the chicken across the stage, and I'm like, this ruins it for me. Like I can't. Now, if you say Stevie Ray Vaughan or Jimi Hendrix or the Beatles, I see them with their turtlenecks, playing somewhere outside, frickin' rocking and rocking out and stuff, and But with this guy, even Keith Richards, that is fine. All of them are. It's just that Mick Jagger, he does something with the chicken in his head, and he's running around that stage, and he's flopping his arms like this, like the elbow, and I don't like it, dude. I just don't like it, and I know he's brilliant and this and that, but
What amazes me about them though is that everyone used to say, "Oh, they take so many drugs." It's like they're still performing. How
Right?
could I can't even get up and walk down the stairs? You know what I mean?
Yep. I agree. I agree.
They're
yeah,
not taking drugs not at their age.
No, I agree.
yeah, it's true.
You have a
Yeah.
good point.
But Keith was kept alive by blood transfusion
Mm,
way back in the early 70s.
I mean, there's a
yeah,
lot of people that look a little bit, what's the word,
Weathered?
corny.
Weathered?
No, corny, like they're doing some sort of weird dance or this or that. Like some
You mean
people
like
don't.
Pee Wee Herman?
Well, that's a good
Goodness.
example, but some people don't like Joe Cocker because of his poses, whereas that doesn't bother me at all. But there's people like my buddy Mark, which we all know. Um, he's like, well, I don't know about those strange hand curling on the sides while he's singing a note. And that doesn't bother me at all. I have no problem. But yeah, with the Jagger, it's a little bit excessive for me. I
also
can't.
music in the UK was totally different from America. You know what I mean? It's weirdly it was a different scene.
As far as what?
Uh, just the type of bands that we would get to listen to. We didn't hear much American stuff. You know what
We
I mean?
always got
We only got
stuff
to
from
hear
England.
it if it made a huge big hit in America.
We always got stuff from Great Britain in
Yeah, that was always
Yeah,
all.
yeah. It's what's coming down the pipe to you. It's
Yeah,
where you are is what gets it. Now here in
yeah,
Canada, where I am, we were subjected to CanCon, Canadian contact. It had content. It had to be 30% Canadian derived, like from Canadian bands
yeah.
on the radio. Like not in the music stores. You could buy anything you wanted, but but how do you find out what you want to buy? On the record store, but through the radio and stuff like that.
I think a lot of countries do that though, don't they? Where they have to have a percentage of bands from their country played.
It's possible, yeah. And the thing is, we got subjected to some very poor Canadian bands, or some very overrated and overplayed. And one I can think of is Anne Murray, who is a
Have you heard of the singer called Ren?
what was that again?
Have you heard of he's a young guy. He's a bit of a rap. He does a mix of stuff. He's called Ren. He
No,
brought out,
I have not heard him.
there was so many video views of people analysing his songs and stuff like that, and because he was misdiagnosed. He was diagnosed as having, I think it was a heart problem or something like that. It turns out he had Lyme's disease,
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
but everything they gave him made him really ill. So, he's always had problems with that. But he's a local lad. Now, we don't get many bands from Wales, and he's doing really well. But he's one of these guys that he doesn't do it for the money. And yeah, I mean, he just wants to put music out there, if you know what I mean. He does a
mhm.
lot of YouTube stuff. Um, and so many, like singers and sort of therapists and stuff, they all sit there and try and analyze his songs. You'll have to check him out sometime. He's called Ren.
The internet has changed music big time.
Yeah, that's That's what I
I
mean.
don't
It's
know if it's for the better or not because the types of music I listen to are not of they're not current. Basically, is what I'm saying.
I agree with you on that note. We, of all our disagreements, we can meet there in that respect because I'm stuck with the stuff that I listen to coming up. I enjoy it. It's nostalgic. It's still fresh for me, and anything else would have to meet a very high bar for me to even consider listening to it more than once.
I miss Top of the Pops. I don't know whether you've ever seen any of the UK Top of the Pops.
I've seen the program. Yes.
Yeah, we've
Yeah,
seen.
I missed that. When they cancelled that, that's when music basically died for me.
Well, they had over here Dick. What was it? Dick Clark's American Bandstand back in the '60s and '70s. Maybe it made it to the '80s, and that was where you would see different things. Um, the old gray whistle test
Yeah, we used to get
from
that.
England.
Yeah,
Um, uh, Live with Jules Holland. I used to
yeah.
see that.
Do you ever remember a program called The Tube?
No.
It had Jules Holland in it. It was Wales was given their own TV channel
Oh,
because we only had, I think it was four TV channels. I used to hear of like America satellite dishes, thousands of channels and stuff like that, and I'd be like, we're only stuck with three. We had BBC Two, BBC One, HTV, which was basically ITV. It was the same channel, but depending on the region that you was in, it was just called something different. And then we had the Welsh TV channel, which was Channel 4, but they were allowed to be a bit more creative and spontaneous. And yours was in it, and they did this thing called The Tube, and it was on near enough every night, and they'd have loads of different bands on from all over and stuff, and weird sort of, they would kind of like make it up as they go along, if you know what I mean.
yeah.
But yeah, now internet's all changed. We can have as many channels as we want, but
There.
we still have to pay for prices, though.
It's a double-edged sword when it comes to music, or multi-edged sword, because you can get anything you want, and now there's AI, and they make up stuff too, and there's so much available that nothing really. I guess if you can have it the way you want it, if you want to have, days on end of '60s music, you could do so. It's not like you're confined to anything, so I guess it's
Yeah,
fine.
it's
Well,
like I
it's
use. Sorry,
it's like
carry
you
on.
say, Eloy. You've got all this stuff you can do or go here, there. You're not directed like
Yeah.
I was back in the day by the only so many like television programs, the only so many radio stations that would direct you, directly or indirectly. In other words, like, they had their shows and their this and their that. Like here in Canada, you had the Tommy Hunter show, you had the Don Messer's Jubilee, which like that's what we had like back when I was growing up in the '60s, and it was every Sunday night, and then there was Hootenanny, and there was something else, and they were pushing the old folk and that kind of stuff. The beatniks with the goatees, and
It was a different world.
oh, different world, and like
Agreed.
very limited as to what you could see. So when the internet had come along, and I would just and MP3s come along, I would just, oh wow, this is great, and I have 72,000 uh, files, be them MP3 FLAC wave files, right in my collection, and I haven't listened to all of them, but like I can go in there and almost listen to anything, and I don't think there's anything that's current at all because
But it's
I
not
haven't
as
updated it.
good. It's not as nice as a piece of vinyl, though.
I had my fun with those back in the 80s and 70s and 80s, and
I mean,
I,
every
I find
scratch
it
on
much.
that record that you own, you know where that scratch came from. That was the party just before Christmas when Steph
That was
hit.
that. That
You know
was
what I mean?
pain in the butt.
The context of the vinyl, um, which I agree it's special, but the context of the vinyl came with everything else, like lack of everything we have now at our disposal. So
Yeah,
you had a moment with the music and the vinyl, and you sat in your room with your friends, and or on your own. Any variety that happened back then where you would enjoy music was in a world where access was. I mean, you wanted a book, you'd go to the library,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yep.
and so you had these limitations that allowed you to appreciate, I guess appreciate, or it was normal at the time, but that allowed you to focus at the activities you were involved in, as opposed to now. I'm all over the place. I have like 7 or 8 windows open of different things that interest me, um, and like I'm never. So it's like you're ping ponging back and forth with stuff
Yeah.
you like, and it's
We've
different.
made life too busy for ourselves.
Yeah.
There's just not enough hours in the day. You know, I mean, I don't get to sleep until about 10 a.m.
Wow.
Hmm.
and then I sleep for
I
six
don't
hours.
wake up till 10 a.m.
Yeah, I'm reverse of that. I'll stay up till like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and then get up about 11 maybe.
Yeah, I'm about the same. Like I I don't usually go to bed before 2.
Yeah,
Well, I try to stay within that range of what you do, Greg. But sometimes I screw that up, and I'll go for hours more, and then I'll mess up my schedule
Hmm.
because there's too much. That one to be bored nowadays, it's quite difficult.
I
Yeah.
agree. Even
It's
though
like,
Patrick was bored, did you hear him? Is he still out there, Patrick?
He's out there somewhere.
He was.
Maybe he's listening to us now.
Yeah, Patrick. Why are you bored, Patrick? And ironically, Patrick can do anything pretty much.
I mean, there's plenty to do.
Yep.
There's plenty to do. The last year, um, as opposed to all this stuff to do with technology, I started walking my town late at night or riding my bike
Ooh.
late at night. And
Do you have a
it got,
light on your bicycle? Do you have a reflector?
yeah, I have all the normal stuff,
Oh, okay.
just the idea of breaking away from the internet stuff was good, and it got me to reflect. Like, you look at the street lights, you look at the trees, you're out there, you disconnect from the matrix a little bit, and that's very healthy too.
Well, I come out, like I spend a lot of time on the computer, on the YouTubes, on the this or that, whatever. But then I'll come out into the shop here and I'll start working on. But then all of a sudden, oh, I need to know so and so. Where do I go? Onto the computer, and
Oh yeah.
I go for somebody's tutorial that they put up, within the last 6 months or 6 years on what
Squirrel.
I need to know. Yeah, and okay, well, how does this work, and how do I need to fix that? Yeah, I go on that.
And isn't it normal to, like, yes, I guess so. Like, it's normal if you have a means to access the information to solve your problem. If you were back 20, 30, 40 years ago and you had that, you would use it too, but you hear people saying the downing the internet, this and that. It's probably has a multitude of downsides, but I don't know that I could let go. I don't know that I could, do without it.
Yeah. Well, I had books, right? Manuals to fix to service manuals and that sort of thing to fix all the stuff I was playing with. Well, goodness, I had a good book burning party, however many years ago when I got the internet, and it's at your fingertips now, and it's so easy to access it. And I've made a library of manuals that's that I've gleaned off the internet, and that, and I'm, oh boy, a manual that's an inch and a half, 2.5 inches thick, the size of a telephone book. Oh, I don't need this. I can get it on the internet if I ever will ever need it, and I've thrown out so much, you know, and I've embraced the internet as to, for information.
Oh, same here. I'll be right back, guys.
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh goodness.
I don't think that we would. It would, if we had to bet money. I don't. Any of us that are here, obviously, we're like connected to the internet with cameras and this and that. I mean, by default, it shows that we're quite pro this world.
Well, how many years ago was it that we started chatting, whatever you want to call it? There was different programs, different whatevers,
At
with
least 8 years
people
ago.
all over the world. Like
At least you and
otherwise,
I.
it costs you long distance charges.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like I need the internet myself because it keeps me connected with my other half. But if my internet goes out for like 4 days, it's great. You know what I mean? I get so into it. It's like I can now have time to do stuff because I can't go on the net
Oh, I
because I
get grumpy if it goes out for half an hour.
don't.
Wait a second. Really? So you no? I could see that, but I've had the power go out, and then I say, okay, well, this was life prior
That's
to.
different. That's power. That stops you from doing anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, nighttime comes. What are you gonna do? You're just gonna sit in the dark unless you've got candles.
No, but within that, one of the things that obviously you can't access is the internet part. But I'll tell you, when the lights come back, I'm turning this computer back on and getting everything set up. So it's like you're almost. I don't know. We may be.
Your
It might be
dopamine levels go.
well, exactly. It might be the case that I'll speak for myself. I'm already so far gone down that hole where I'm connected to the matrix, and that's all there is to it. Like I am connected to the matrix. I hate to say it that way. It sounds like some sort of dystopian thing, but you
Well, it's
know,
the kind of thing like you don't want to admit you're an addict to something, right? And, oh no, I could do without the internet. Yeah, 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 right. No, you can't.
It's like
yeah,
I used to do online gaming, as in I used to work on servers and run games and do support and stuff on for multiplayer games. And after doing that for 10 years, the internet, yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, nah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I
Well,
guess. Yeah, there's certain aspects of computering and interneting and all that kind of stuff that kind of you wane from after a
yeah,
while because you had enough of it.
yeah. It's not all fun.
yeah.
Depending on what
Yeah.
you're doing.
I mean, this is the first time I think I've actually been online live for since before COVID.
Oh wow. Well, welcome to the new world.
It's the same as the old one.
Yeah.
Slightly more expensive.
Yeah, very.
There you go.
Well, I've been waiting for somebody to stick super glue their fingers to that TARDIS, and he hasn't done it once tonight.
Hmm.
Did you see the amount of glue that he put on it?
Yep.
Come out good. It's come out good.
Yeah.
Hey, hey.
I usually super glue myself, and then I'll wipe it with one of them plastic or paper blue shop towels, and then now I got blue fingers.
Hey, Jack in the Shop's here. Howdy, howdy.
Jack, off in the shop. I in the shop.
Oops.
How's the lasers treating you, Jack?
I remember when Al used to do this on the Google site. I think it was called Twitch.
Hmm.
Twitch, yeah, I remember Al on Twitch.
So that was
I,
my
I
first.
still do, but
Jack in the shop.
That was my first connection to watching you do your thing on. And the setup was cool because it's just relaxed and you're working on whatever you are. And I like that site, or at least back then. I don't know if people still use that or not.
Yeah, yeah, they do.
Now I remember way back when, and there was Al, and then there was a girl, and she drew potatoes or something.
What?
Oh yeah,
She drew potatoes.
She drew potatoes?
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
she like cartoon potato things.
Huh.
Can't remember her name,
I don't
but
remember her either.
Kilroy says,
Be right back, guys.
join us
okay.
https console fmux.com guest sick 2 dfh.
But you remember her, Eloy, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah, I do. Her
Yeah.
name was Sarah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, COVID burned a lot of us out YouTubing.
Yeah. Now there was another girl, and she was from California, and she got into she used to do some. She got into carving. Oh, what was her name?
Carving what?
Wood, like little figures and that. But she did many other things. She did 3D printing. She did like woodworking. She did and she was not so much on Twitch, but on Google Hangouts and that back in the Jerry days and the Jerry Blakesley and Patrick's and Marsh and the heck was her name?
Was I there?
Yeah, well,
Because
maybe.
Marsh came later than I did.
Yeah, okay.
I think
I would
so.
have thought she was there when you were
Well,
there. Yeah.
I, I
Um,
I can't make the connection in my mind.
she was of Mexican descent.
Oh, okay. Now I know who you're talking about. You're talking about
Like, what was her name? Not
no,
Angela, but
no, no, no. Now I know who you're talking about, but I can't think of her name too.
hmm
Um, she was friends with Patrick's.
yep.
Yeah, I'm the one that brought her in actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I saw her channel, and I invited her to the Hangouts and to the community, and that's how that happened.
Who was she?
I forget her name now. She's my friend on Facebook. I can't think of her. Hold on. Let me. I
I
know.
haven't seen her anywhere in years.
Ugh, you know what? It's gonna be difficult for me to. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. And do you remember a very young guy who was into the what were they doing back then? Was it
Lighting
not
of Christmas and Halloween decorations.
no, no, no. It was like it was in the carving, like what do you call it, CNC, and era. A young guy from California, and you, Eloy, and I were on a hangout with him, and we were looking at his house, and we were going all around his neighborhood and checking out like on Google
Sean Hennessy? No.
Street View and all that kind of stuff.
Um, Wait a second. Was he from Arizona? Better said or no?
No, California for sure, because the houses around him were all over well over $1 million. And young guy, and it was like just after the those big guys, the Izzy Swans and the so and so, the
Charles
oh,
Deering?
no, 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 young guy, very young.
Damn, I can't. Well, I guess you jotted that memory down better than I did because
Yeah.
it's gone from mine.
Yeah.
I will tell you this though. One once okay, so that era from when we all started hanging out and a little bit prior as people started coming in, that up until maybe a few years back prior to the pandemic was a good chunk of what I like to call the online maker community, whatever you want to call it. It was the time of that. It was like a
Yep.
little, it was almost like a British invasion or a Art Deco movement or a whatever you want to say. It was that time for the maker community where it all fixed into this timeline, and then it just dropped off.
Yes. Well, it dropped off with the end of Google Hangouts for sure. Like it
Yeah,
that killed it. But yes, it people found it, and it was probably what about a 3 to 5 year run that people kind of like got onto it and used it, and it was. I think there was different people. It was the maker community, and there was like I like to make stuff, and
Right.
there was a whatever you called that, a group, and then it was changed because there was a guy by the name of Bill, and he opened up a can of worms, and people didn't like that. I don't know if you can remember that. Bill
yeah.
something or other.
Lavosi.
Yeah. And then it split, and then it split again, and it kind of like disintegrated that whole thing. But it was interesting while it lasted. It was interesting and fun while it lasted. And there again, like Patrick's, I think was one of the first ones that I really got in. There was others before him, but like he was a very open and inviting person. You know,
Patrick?
yeah, Patrick Curtis.
Yes, yes, from Patrick's Workshop. I remember him.
Yeah, I got along good with them. I think, like I don't
You
know that he
think?
cared for me, but it was sad what happened to him.
I remember many hangouts with him,
Yep,
and Javi and Steve and you, Eloy.
yep.
Yep.
Well, heck, I'm in there. No, but it's true. We all would, in different combinations.
Mhm.
Sometimes people would be off doing something else. But the fact that the internet was available to unite
Right.
people under the banner of creating stuff, that was a little moment of in time, like early modern revivalist, colonial, blah blah blah, wood chopping. Yeah, it was a moment in time
And
that we saw.
historians will go back and try and figure out what happened there, and they won't get it because like it was a community that was virtual, or
And,
whatever.
and by the way, if archaeologists 200, 300, 1,000, let's say society collapses, and like they do today, where they find like they dig out, like they'll see like a village underneath, who knows how
Hell,
much,
just
and
on my desk, they
well,
see that they're like, "What the?"
to say, just like they do now, and they can puzzle together. Oh, this community was into weaving, making these potted things that looked like this with a dragon or whatever.
There was a lot of woodworking going on.
But in the future, our community, under the guise of the internet with this and that, um, since we're virtually getting together, they'll never frickin' puzzle it unless they have the data.
That that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. Like they won't grasp the whole concept and why people did it. I don't think.
Yeah, it just simply will not exist. Like it won't be able to. You can't quantify it.
Yeah, yeah. It was quite the time. Like and if you try to explain it to people who weren't into the internet in that time, like my friends and my associates and relatives and all that kind of, they just kind of look at you blank, like, huh? What are you talking about?
I still have friends that look at me like that when it comes to the internet. It's so disgusting. I mean, there's one friend I know. She's convinced that we should. I mean, I agree with her in some respect with this. The old Motorola's. That's what a mobile phone should be. I
It's
mean,
a
not
brick.
a computer. And I mean, Windows 11 it turns your PC into a mobile phone.
Yeah.
I'm
Now,
not interested. I got a PC because I want a gaming machine, not a mobile phone.
who remembers bag phones?
Geek Avenger
Who?
says,
Bag phones.
Dr.
BAG.
Buddha said the BBC killed it with woke.
That
Oh
sounds.
my God. I guess that can be
Oh yeah, it definitely
your
did.
opinion. But
Jack in the shop says, I'd go.
Are you gonna
but
leave us
Jack
hanging?
in the shop
but not the fourth
says,
Doctor. He didn't kill that, did he?
It's
I,
the
I lost you
original.
there, Jack. On I do. Got quiet all of a sudden.
Do
I
you
didn't
remember
know
the
that you were
car?
talking. I
Do you
didn't know
remember
you
the
were talking.
car?
Sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead, man. Sorry.
Do you
Where's
remember the
Greg?
car?
Where'd Greg go?
I'm here.
in the shop says,
I'm hiding.
bag
Okay.
phones.
Yes, bag phones. Oh, thank you, Jack. So Jack remembers bag phones.
Yeah.
I remember them, but I don't really. I never had one or anything like that.
Was that the brick?
No, it was the same era as a brick, but the brick was one piece, where the bag phone was a receiver, or what do you call that?
Oh,
Um,
a walkie-talkie.
no, no, receiver. The thing you pick up on a regular phone that has the wires connected to it, the handset,
Yeah.
and the handset went into a device, and it was put into a bag of sorts, like a knapsack material, or backpack material, like a nylonish kind of thing.
Hmm.
That was a bag phone.
See, like that.
And yeah, and my cousin had one for work, and the thing about them, they were higher wattage than the um, um, bricks, like the completely handheld, hard plastic things.
Yeah,
Like
there's the bag phones.
they were 5 watts compared to like two of the brick.
This is the Motorola 2950, the special edition bag phone with two-line display. Ooh,
Ooh.
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 Now that was what, mid '80s, late '80s.
What was that?
84? When did
20
I
hours to
let's see?
charge, 5 minutes of cool time.
84, yeah. Yeah, the Dynatac phone was introduced in 1984. All these phones featured a modular design in which the handset attaches to the transceiver.
Hmm. There you go. A whole
Yep.
bunch of
And for those in Rio
technical
Lindo,
terms.
a transceiver means transmitting and receiving at the same time.
Hmm.
Yeah.
You know, back then, we would see those in on TV shows or like in the movies, and it was usually narcotics related or whatever.
Yeah.
And but no regular human being, at least not in my area, um,
Could afford one.
could afford one. Or yeah, it wasn't even in our like. The idea was you go to a payphone or you go home and
Yeah.
call someone.
Kind of, Jack. I've got a technician's license.
So I remember when CBs used to be all the craze.
I thought CDs when they first came out. So it was by the time
Jack
records
in the
and
shop
cassette tapes were like the average thing that people would buy,
Yeah.
and
AGA
then CDs was starting to come on strong. But I remember thinking to myself, you have to buy a new machine in order to play it and this and that. And so that was my attitude until it became cheap enough, like everything else, and then you just move into the next tech,
Oh,
paradigm.
I resisted. Back then when
Hey,
when CDs were just coming in, and I'm there. Oh, damn this! I got all my albums, and I got my
Bill Nye
turntable, and my this and my that, and I'm not buying any damn
says
CDs. So
IRS.
I
I
mean,
resisted. The first CD I bought was
Excuse me.
Ron Wood. I got my own album to do, and I'm listening. Wow, this is good. This is clear. This is, you know, it's good. As opposed to the old snap crackle pop rice krispies of album of vinyl
No, but you know what? It is true though. At least in my
with headphones. You got to say with headphones.
well, what if you at least from just my recollection of it because I have records still, but I don't have a turntable. Um, I remember the high fidelity crispness of records. It just had all these notes that popped up. I don't even know how to describe it, but it was very crisp, as opposed to there's some.
Back to the shop.
Maybe it's just my imagination, but you could
It's
hear.
your imagination there, Eloy. I've had records, I've had headphones, I've had this and that, I've had ear problems, and until CDs come along and I could listen to the machine with through headphones, I was there. Wow, I am right in here now. The closest thing I got was a party where the guy was doing reel to reel tape, and he had a wall of speakers that was, I'm going to say 10 feet tall, but it was probably only about six. And, at a party, and oh my goodness, it was semi outdoor. It was inside what they call a Quonset hut, which is an arched building in a farm. And he had it cranked, and oh my goodness, it was as close to being a live concert as anything. And that was like really high fidelity to me. But then, hell, that was 30 years before I got onto CDs, and then CDs with headphones was equal to me.
Um, well, I'll just say that I'm not too sure. Maybe it is but I I remember listening to those records. Maybe it was the actual like the speakers and the actual, but it was just so crisp, and maybe my hearing was better. I don't, but I can say that maybe it's like something like electric guitars where have you seen like where people say that depending on the wood that the guitar that you're playing on, it'll give you a different sound, this and that. There's a few videos, but there's one online where a guy decides to just add some strings to like a board, and then he compares A and B compares just a guitar in the air with nothing in the middle, only the
Hmm.
pickups, this and that, and an
Yeah.
actual like Fender, and it's the same damn sound.
Yes, I
Back
can
to
I
the
can
shop.
see, but like I think we had this conversation about 5 years ago.
Antenna beside the
You
hob.
make a guitar out of peanut butter, it ain't gonna sound like one made out of X wood.
No, no, it's absolutely that's not the case. Absolutely, and that's been already that's been tested over and over again. And I was in the affirmative that it makes no difference. Peanut butter is one thing, but just the setup of the pickups and the strings, the electronic aspect of it, whatever it's attached to, whatever it's attached to makes no difference because it's the electronics and the length of the strings that's creating the notes, picking it up through this
What
electronic.
I what, what
Kiloid.
I would argue, and
Less.
didn't want to listen to me back then,
Have an INT
but
root V, but I need better.
it's the what would you call it? The not reaction, but the input back from what it's attached to. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand.
He put it over two absolutely immovable objects. Like it could have been like the Golden Gate Bridge. It ain't going to move. But if you put it across something that had resonance of its own
No,
self,
no, Greg,
there is a difference,
no,
is what I'm saying. I know
no,
you're going to go on and this because you saw
Greg,
you
Greg,
saw a
Greg,
video and that
TK,
video was gospel,
they
but
always
I'm
do
going to
this.
say no.
Greg, Greg. That's not the case. It's the electronics that.
School me, Eloy.
Okay, if you have an acoustic guitar, if you have an acoustic guitar, the actual hollow of the guitar and the wood is resonating. So the capturing of the sound and emitting of the sound is occurring through the vibration of the acoustic wood of the guitar. That's fair. But if you have an electric guitar, the pickups are acting electronic. They're acting with the strings, picking that up, not the sound of the body. And it's been tested, and you can find it online. Literally, any surface will do, except peanut butter, obviously, as long as it's a solid. You have the measurement right and what this and that. It's the electronics that's doing all the tone.
I have to apologize to Al. Al, as you can probably pick it up, I enjoy pushing buttons.
Oh, I know. I know. He
That is
he
a
called
very
me
nice.
he
That is
called me incorrigible one day.
Well, no, it's either true or it's not,
okay.
True?
That's a
right?
very nice collection of what
Yes.
do you call it? Tardasses, Tardises.
Oh
I
my god. Jack,
uh,
did you check it out? Did you see my picture now? Oh dear.
I'm still looking for a Spock $5 bill for you, Al.
Well, I understand, man. I really do.
They are rare because they pulled them because of what was happening to them.
Right. And I want to do the same thing too.
Oh, I will have it done for you
Ah,
if I can find. I go on auction sites, local auction sites that have auction off money, like paper or whatever plastic bills. Um, you know, the Spock bill was paper yet. I think one of the last paper
right.
ones, but they don't come up.
They don't at all, huh?
Not where I've looked. Like, of course, if I had hundreds of dollars and
Well, yeah, I
unlimited
guess.
funds, I could probably find one. But
If I had hundreds
I
of
saw
dollars,
them in person and I laughed as hell, like but I spent it.
No problem, man.
The TK is probably going, "What are they talking about?"
And TK's sitting over there, just kind of.
Eloy's left the chat.
Where'd Elo go?
I I annoyed him too much.
Yeah. See what you did, Greg? Running,
Oh
running
goodness.
off the panel, man.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Oh. Who has more fun than people?
TK, what do you
Yeah,
have over your right shoulder? Little minis? No, sorry, other right shoulder.
yeah, it's mirrored, obviously. These are
Yeah,
all metal figures
yeah,
from Dungeons and Dragons and stuff.
cool.
Some rare collector's boxes, and above it is some really crap whiskey.
Oh, I was going to say the one bottle there looks like a Canadian brand called Crown Royal, but it's
Uh,
not. The top is different.
there's no top in it.
Oh,
It's got lights in it at the moment. That's actually
okay.
Card who?
Yeah, a whiskey that they make about 30 miles north of me, and it is world renowned. What do you call it? What do you call it?
Which one is
Renowned.
that?
Crown Royal.
Oh
Well,
yeah, definitely. Yeah.
the crappy stuff goes into when people want a whiskey coffee. They're not getting the
okay.
good stuff, so they
Yep.
get the cheap, crappy Bell's
Right,
whiskey.
right. It we call it bar whiskey or bar
Oh yeah. Okay.
alcohol.
And I was given a bottle of this.
It looks
Hague
good.
Club.
It's that footballer. What's his name?
Scotch whiskey.
The British guy. Oh, he went out with. He's married to one of the Spice Girls.
I don't know.
Fashion.
Not the footballer.
Yeah, bit of a poser.
I have no idea who that is.
I'm sure if you looked it up, you'd find it.
Hmm. The
But this stuff which I'm just not even going to attempt to drink.
Ooh.
I
Oh,
think that should give you an idea of what's in it.
it's gone off. It's supposed to be clear.
No, no, no. This one is supposed to be that color, but this
Oh,
other stuff.
okay. There is a vodka, and it's produced in Canada. And one of the owners of the company is Dan Aykroyd, who was one of the Saturday Night Live guys.
Yeah,
It's called Crystal Head Vodka, Carolina Reaper. Oh, that's hot stuff, right?
I the leaked one day when I was moving it, and I got some on my thumb. My whole thumb had pins and needles in it for 20 minutes.
Ooh, you don't want to drink that.
No,
Actually, you probably do.
No,
no,
you imagine what it's like when coming out the other end.
Oh,
Ooh.
I'm allergic to spices and stuff, and I'm allergic to
Yeah.
garlic.
oh, really?
Garlic could hospitalize me.
Oh
Um,
goodness.
my mate passed away about halfway through COVID, and he collected all the spices and stuff,
Hmm.
but he left them for me because he knew I would never touch them.
Well,
But I've
You,
got bottles of stuff called like Arse Blaster and like Mega
right,
Mountain.
exactly.
yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, Jack said get a good swig and then heard that you were allergic and this and that, and it's, yeah, don't swig.
No, no, no. You're saying garlic. Like I eat a clove of garlic a day.
Oh, yeah, I
I can't
consume
even be
garlic in massive
with it.
I
quantities
make
too.
myself a kind of a dumb omelet for breakfast, and I slice up a clove of garlic and put it in it, like every day.
Good
Oh,
stuff.
that would just that would put me in hospital.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, no, you can't do it if you can't do it, and
yeah, right. Right.
And the worst part about it is it's in everything.
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's a very prominent spice or whatever.
which is annoying because I do like Chinese food. I like spare
Mhm.
ribs, but it's got it in the hoisin sauce. So yeah, I mean, I can
Mm.
risk eating that, but I'll be really bad guts for like 3 days. You know what I mean?
Oh,
It's
Oh, good.
oh.
Yeah, not really worth it, eh?
oh no, I don't know. Every now and then you gotta have some spare ribs. You know,
Yeah,
it's worth the
it's
punishment.
it's kind of like me, shellfish or whatever. It depends, and I asked the doctor about it, and I had a reaction to, and the only thing I had it was shrimp cocktail
Mm,
or whatever, right? And they says, well, you're not really allergic to seafood, is it? But you had a buildup of histamine, and you had an antihistamine reaction.
yeah,
So I take what do you call that thing? Well, one of the brands is Benadryl, but there's just an antihistamine you can take for hay fever and that. And I break out in hives. The little itchy spots on you, like your neck
yeah.
gets red and you get all itchy and hot and whatever and that. Yeah, but you know. I gotta try shrimp once in a while, crab, lobster, all that kind of stuff.
See,
Yeah.
I live next to the sea. I've seen what comes out of there, and that's enough to put me off eating anything
What comes out of there?
seafood wise. You know what I mean? It's like, nah, it
Yeah,
can
the
stay.
sea is different. Like I'm in the middle of North America, or not the absolute middle, but and we have some huge lakes here, and basically, we have freshwater fish, and they're fantastic for
Yeah, but you don't
lunch.
fish for it the same way. You know what I mean? It's like it's a totally different type of freshwater fishing to the way we fish in the UK. You know, when we
Uh,
use floats and lines and baits and stuff, you use spinners and lures and bass fishing and spinning and that.
well, kind of, different things. We use nets, but you
Well, that's not fishing though. You know what I mean? For a
no, the
sport.
commercial ones do use
Yeah.
nets, and the private aren't the anglers aren't allowed to use nets. But we have a freshwater fish here, and we call it a pickerel.
Mm,
Americans, they call it a walleye, and it's a what they call a fine fish, as
mm,
opposed to northern pike, which is a coarse fish. A
Yeah.
bass is a coarse fish. You know, what it means, I'm not absolutely sure, but it's like, you know, we I love my pickerel, and
Yeah.
they, you know, or walleye, whatever you want to call
That's what I mean. Course fishing over there is kind of like oh, more sporty. You know, I mean, it's like lots of spinning and lures and stuff. But to us, course fishing is for things like, you know, we've got the pike and we've got sort of like the perch and stuff like that, and we've also got all the others and stuff. And you know, I mean, you can get salmon and trout and stuff in streams and some big reservoirs and that. But a lot of the fishing around here is done, you know, like privately owned
it.
areas.
There, you're saying, like, you know, privately owned. I worked with a fellow back in the late '90s, and he was from England, and he come over here to Canada, middle of Canada,
Mm,
and he come here because he was a carp fisherman.
yeah.
Okay, carp in England, and I'm there. I just couldn't get my head around it exactly for a while. He says, yeah, you go carp fishing and you rent a piece of property land
Mm,
where you pay so much. It's called pay lakes, right? And you're allowed to set up your gear, and if you fished all weekend and you got a nibble, you were doing good. If you landed one, oh my goodness, you took a picture of it and you could not keep it. Every carp
yeah.
or
Everything
every
goes.
fish had to be thrown back in, and you know they had names for these fish, and there was leather heather. There was a type of fish called a leather carp,
I
like
used
the
to know a girl by the name of Heather. Never mind.
but like the fish didn't have scales; it had like a skin rather than scales.
Yeah,
That type of
and then it
carp.
would have like some large, big scales on it every now and then.
Yeah, okay. And I didn't get the whole deal, but he's telling me about this, and I'm going, "Oh goodness, how could you not, you know, keep what you wanted and throw back what you didn't?" But anyway, and the carp over here, they're lower than a coarse fish. They're lower than low. They're just like, oh damn it, I got a carp. And you know, how did you get
Yeah.
that? Well, he come out here and he would pay over the you know, that's how he got here. He would um, get together tours, if you want to call it, and he would
Mm,
guide other English people over, and what they paid for him and his accommodations for X many years, and he finally immigrated to Canada. And I thought, oh, this is so cool, and the way he's talking about fishing, and it had nothing to do with here. He had boilies, what they called
yeah.
boilies, and he had this and he had that, and chumming for carp, and I'm
Yeah.
there. What are you talking about? Like, you know,
You know,
tell me
we
all
could
about
quite
it.
easily spend. You know, I mean, it's like if I was going to fish a spot, we would spend like 3 days just baiting the area up to
Yes,
attract
yes,
fish.
that's what he talked about.
You know, I mean, it's you know, I mean, you got ledgering, which is what a lot of the carp fishing is because they're bottom feeders and stuff.
Hmm.
So you're basically relying on the tip of your rod more than anything else because you don't use a float or anything like that.
No,
And then you've got
and they'd
all
have
the
a
other
bell
things.
for their rod.
Yeah, you could have a belt or you know like line detectors and stuff,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
you have,
exactly. Some with lights or whatever, but
what we used to have was like a swinging tip, and whilst it was like that, if it started moving like this from the end of the rod, you knew you had a nibble, and when it went, you knew you had a bite, and you strike.
mhm,
Neat.
cool. It was like, you know, here I am growing up in Canada, in Manitoba, in the middle of the thing, and all my fishing, he's talking about this stuff, and I'm going, "What are you talking about?" You know, it was interesting, and I did
Full
try.
fishing,
Yeah,
full
did
fishing.
try. Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. Excuse me for stepping on you, but he did. I tried some of the stuff. What we used over here, and he did, was using canned corn as
Mm,
bait for carp, and
yeah,
you know that. Now, in our area, there's a river, big, well, we call it a big river, and it flows. It's the only river in North America that flows from south to north. and it flows out of the U.S. and goes north. But anyway, where I am, they have channel catfish, and
Mm,
we are, supposedly the channel catfish center of North America, and
yeah.
so they are bottom feeders. They are, where they got a big wide mouth. I don't know if you've seen a catfish or a
Yeah.
channel
Oh, yeah.
cat,
They can get
with the
big.
whiskers and that kind of
Yeah.
stuff. And they grow usually like here 25 pounds average, or anybody can catch a 25 pounder. You catch a 40 pounder, that's a big one, but and I know there's catfish in the US that are bigger than that, but that's what we're known for is channel cat. We're the channel catfish. In
Mm,
fact, our town has this cartoon type mascot of a, made out of fiberglass. It's 30
yeah.
feet tall. That's a channel cat and that.
But
And
by
I've
the
caught
way,
them and I go, yeah, whatever.
by the way, just so that everyone, we're gonna. It doesn't really whether U.S. or we're gonna purchase Canada just soon right now. So don't.
Eloy, Eloy, you saw my post on Facebook.
Oh my
I
God.
just threw that in because
I know.
The other thing about freshwater fishing in the UK is we try to use the smallest and thinnest lines to get the biggest fish.
Okay,
Over
now,
there, it's a 30-pound line,
no,
whack.
no.
Over
Well,
here, we're like 5-pound line.
that's where yeah, okay, I'll give you that. That some of us over here use the big stuff, but we have what they call ultralight setups, and I've had one, and I hooked a channel cat, which was I don't know how big, and I played him up to the surface, and it looked like it probably was 20 plus pounds on
Mm.
an ultralight line of 4 pound test. And wow, that was you know fun. Like you're reeling,
That,
but you really have to
play
play the
it,
damn thing, right?
yeah. And
Yeah,
that's where the
and
fun comes in.
yeah, of course he got away. It got away, but
Yeah.
that was fun
But
to, to,
mostly
to just to just
it's,
hook it and bring it to the boat and haha.
yeah,
That's not so much.
that's no fun in that.
No,
You might as well just throw a net over the side,
yeah,
use
there you
a
go.
fish detector.
Yeah. Oh, I got two of them, but they don't all work that well. But I've not caught more fish because of a fish detector.
They also do like a lot of competitions over here based on like different specimens that you catch. So it may not be about weight. It may be about the amount of species that you actually catch during a match.
Okay, that's a kind of a different concept. Yeah, here they'll have a walleye or pickerel tournament. They'll have
Mm,
a so and so tournament, and it's a bass tournament, and it's the total pounds of what you catch in a certain amount of hours or days or whatever. You have to bring them back to be weighed. You can't just.
yeah.
Oh, I guess there's probably somewhere you just take a picture of it or and put the scale on a picture and and release it back to the wild.
Also, we have to pay for fishing licenses, a rod
Yeah, we
license.
do too here.
I
We
don't.
used to,
Ha ha ha.
we used to have to pay them for each region, for each county that was in the UK. Different region, different license, but now it's just one license that covers them all.
There was a diver working on a dam in my area said he saw an eyeball of a catfish at the bottom of the dam. When it got closer it was the size of a headlight on a VW, but he would not go back down.
I don't blame him at all. Holy
It
smoke!
was a Camaro. It was a
Wow.
Camaro. I don't know if you know, but guys in the car community, I think it's the '90s era Camaros or late '80s, early '90s. They call them catfish Camaros because their headlights are off to the side and they almost look like they're looking sideways. But anyway, here in Canada,
Klondike
you
says,
you
"Good evening, guys."
Hello, Sean.
good
Mr.
evening.
Klondike, welcome.
Here in Canada, each province has their regulations, and you're supposed to buy a fishing license, per province, like
Yeah,
where you're fishing, and but I am of the what they call the Métis community, which is half breed. Indian slash, whatever. And they brought this in maybe 20 years ago. And I've got what they call a harvester card, and I don't have to pay for a license for fish, uh, game birds, and deer, elk, moose.
Yeah.
I'm, whatever you want to call it. Like, neither do the indigenous, like what you call full-blooded Indians up here. Yeah, you're not supposed to call them Indians. You're supposed to call them whatever. But excuse me, I am one, and I say I am.
I think they passed a law here in Florida or an amendment to the Constitution. I don't know the details because I don't fish, um, but where we used to have to pay for a license, I
Jet
believe that
shot
now that changed,
says,
that people that
only
are
defend a fleeting
residents of
threat.
here or whatnot can do
Coming my
so.
first time, Jack. Sorry, Eloy, keep going.
No, no, that I was just, from my vantage point, that I think that that's a change that they made, if I'm not mistaken.
One government here come in and they removed the cost of the fishing license for senior citizens. The next government come in and says, nope, you got to pay. Like, senior citizens, 65 years and older. Here you go. All you have to do is apply for the license, and if you show a card, you get it for free. And then the next government come in and says, no, you got to pay your $29 or whatever it is.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
mean,
know. I don't know what it is now because I'm going under the what I call part-time Indian uh, regulations because I'm not full-blooded Indian. I'm only a little bit. Or
What
no,
what part?
indigenous. Not. I can't call myself Indian, but I'm not. I'm indigenous. What are you making there, Al?
Well, I have all this wood. It's the Enterprise. You can't tell.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. No. I'm sorry.
What I'm having a thought on or a question is over here, and Jack said he did this a while back. The scanning here, I don't know. I'm not understanding how the blue and how the red should be different. And the red they've got it as a line, but it'll almost cut through that, and I'm not gonna do that. And then the blue is just regular scanning, which would be pretty light. Let me change it to fill. That's fill, and that's fill with an offset. What do you think, Jack? Because if I do fill with an offset, it'll do a line around it. Oh, what the heck! I got plenty of wood, right? Let's let's try it at the
Beyond my
same.
pay grade, Al.
Do what?
It's beyond my pay grade, Al.
Oh, I'm sure you could comprehend it without any issues. See, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how to engrave that, and fill with a line around it might be the ticket, which is an offset fill. In fact, I think what I'm going to do is do it first, all the offset fill stuff. The heck, I got plenty of wood. Yeah, so let me output that. And I'm not going to output the cuts. I'm going to leave the cuts out. And for right now, I'm going to leave out that too. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to try to engrave this to see what it looks like on a piece of wood. So let me send that over to. Oh wait, I turned the laser off. I'll be right back. Let me turn the laser back on.
I hope we get to see it.
Mm-hmm.
Can I hear a
Maybe.
lawnmower somewhere?
What's that?
I'm not sure if it's the background on here, but it sounds like I can hear somebody trying to cut the grass.
Oh, there is a hum,
I have
and
my
maybe it's my furnace in my garage.
I have my AC on, but
I did not
it's
know
Ah,
that.
only
right.
Yeah,
it sets a fan.
AC.
Being
What a
filthy.
wuss.
Well,
No,
what that makes? I mean, I live in
I
Florida, dude.
did not offset Phil. I masked the
Eli,
list.
One minute
my
I thought, well,
furnace
it's
is on,
like
and
I've
I'm
just been
calling
out
you
to
a
blow
wuss
the
for your
smoke.
Him.
shitty.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna do it just raw. I probably should though, but I got plenty of wood.
Oh, bragging, are you?
So let's go ahead and send that off to the laser and see what it looks like. All right, and let me change our
By
our.
the way, that the irony of that you publicly that was good. That was good that you mentioned the
Huh? Did I miss something?
yeah, Greg set up his own ball and hit it, and then returned it himself, and it was good.
Let's see, I
He
wanna.
called me a wuss for first. He says, "I think that the sound is coming from my heater because I've got it my furnace because I've got it." And then I said, "Oh, I think I have my I have my AC on." He says, "Eli, you're such a wuss for having your AC on while he has his furnace on." Whatever. It was good at the moment.
Yeah, you had to be there, right?
Yeah, it was good then. It was effective.
It's
Right.
slightly less now, but the nuance is there, or whatever they say.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's put that in there. Let me take and send this to the laser. It's
Well,
not going to cut the orange triangle. You can't see it anyway because it's so I don't know, so small. But anyway, let me grab my wood.
Jack in the shop says, "What laser?"
well,
Don't sand it too much.
we'll
I'll
see
be
how
right back.
this laser stuff is really
We don't
cool.
want to know, Al. Grabbing your wood, you're going to be back in a while.
Jack in the shop says, "Don't gram your wood on cam."
Exactly, Jack.
Is that little mat that you've got under there? Is that like a metal or is it flat? What is that? He can't really answer me, can he?
It's honeycomb, be metal.
Oh, okay.
Honeycomb, won't you be my gal?
What it really needs is a blow underneath it, so you can hit a button and it just blows everything off.
Oh yeah.
Jack in the shop says, "Metal honeycomb."
Said metal, yeah.
Dead metal?
The audio from the comments is slightly low from my angle, but the person said something about metal, that it is metal.
I think it was metal honeycomb.
Yeah. Right, just gonna make this brew.
Are those little weights sufficient to?
Magnets.
Magnets?
Yeah,
Yeah.
those little mat.
All right.
Yeah.
I just set the origin. I think. Let me see what oranges. Let me see what
Those magnets are weights.
those. They're magnets.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Hmm.
and they get your fingers sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh,
I've
they're
got
that.
screws in the top of mine so I can pull them
Go to
off.
origin. Let me
I'm
turn all
stuck on
this
you.
on.
So it does
Yeah, I've
hold it.
got some thinner ones, but I use those big ones a lot.
So it does hold it down well.
Very well. Yes. Yes. You'd be surprised. Okay, it's probably good right there. Good enough as I keep adjusting it, right? So now it should happen over here. So let me turn everything else back off. Let's laser it.
Back off Boogaloo.
Send
Says,
it.
I don't even worry about it most the time the wood is not going anywhere.
Yeah, true, true. All right, let's see if I'm even going to get close to here. Let me frame this. And that's actually right. There's a distortion in the optics as we're seeing it. Here, I'm going to send this, and then I'll go over there and adjust it there, and then I'll go ahead and run it from there. Be right back, because
Okay.
I'll look at it more overhead.
Yeah, this kind of stuff is fun. You know, it's almost like watching a game or something.
Hmm. Who's gonna win?
Can you believe those fires, dude, in LA?
In LA, yeah.
I
Wild.
mean, barbaric, right?
Hmm.
Jack in the shop says,
Yeah, that's really weird.
is that a CO2?
Yeah, it is the CO2. It's a 60 watt ohm tech. I
Oh
love it,
wow.
man. I'd say I wish I had a bigger one to cut through thicker things, but
That's what she said.
right, right. But the thing would be too long then. The tube.
It just gets worse and worse.
It does, doesn't it?
Oh
Um, all right,
goodness.
so something's going on here, and it doesn't seem to be registering right. So let's
Long
throw
back.
this let's throw this back on the second layer.
Ha ha ha.
All right, just like that. I don't care. Laser, send it. What happened? Generating offset fills. Hello. Really? Wow.
Hello.
Okay. I'm gonna go look at it over there. It just looked like it was too far to the right, even when I was looking
Jack
at
in
it
the
overhead.
shop says, I got the big red coat 2 eBay laser before OMTech was a thing.
Yeah, I really like it. Be right back.
Yeah, dude, the LA fires, that is just unbelievable.
Yeah.
The footage that's come out
So
from that.
Canada sends you down a water bomber, and what do? Run into it with a damn drone.
Is that what happened?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
Unbelievable.
I don't. It was obviously not intentional, but there was a fist-sized hole in the leading edge of the wing of a water bomber. Like it's kind of like, okay, there's all this area in the and here's this drone. Bingo, center punched it a wing. Like unbelievable.
All right.
it's like I never
Let's
understood when I was growing
let's
up.
take
Just
that
like,
thing and send it back to where it came from. Let's go ahead and send this over again. Oh, excuse me.
I mean, it's like Tornado Alley. Why do you
All right.
live? Why do you
So
build houses
that
there?
should
You
frame
know
kind
it's
of
a
right.
tornado.
Well, LA itself, I lived there for a
I'm
little
doing it,
while,
guys. Is
and
there something else there?
it's almost
There
like
is. Look, there is. There's that there. That's why it was looking to the side. Now I have no idea where that little dot goes. Interesting. All right, let me get rid of it. Let me send it. Well, no, no. Let me just pull it over the side. All right. Now it should be fine. Let me go ahead and send it now. You guys got quiet all of a sudden.
um
Sorry about that.
so I was gonna say that LA itself, like that whole area, is just the as close to perfect in terms of climate, I mean, other than what we're seeing, but like in terms of like the typical experience, it's just unbelievably perfect for the body. You get jump in your step. It just the climate is perfect. It's just wonderful.
Yeah.
It really is.
It's like in the UK, it's like with the floodings, with the rivers and stuff like that. It's like, well, you know, there's a river there, so why did you build a house next to it
Yeah.
on a floodplain?
Well, a couple miles from me, there's an airport, and all of a sudden there's houses being built in developments, and all of a sudden the people in the housing developments are complaining about the airplane noise, and
Yeah, it's like if
really,
you
really, who held you down, pulled the money out of your wallet, and made you buy a piece of property there?
it's like if you're going to live in Tornado Alley, at least build solid concrete domes or something. You know what I mean? And live in a dome where it'll just breeze right over the top of you without touching you.
We were driving back from hunting, my cousin and I, and we're going down this road south of this airport that I was talking to you about, or just mentioning. And I'm there, and I point at this house, and I says, "Quick, quick, pull in there! I want to talk to the guy." And my cousin, he's ready. He's off the gas and he's ready to hit the brakes. And and he's there. Well, what are you talking about? Why? And I says, I want to go knock on the door, open the door, and talk to the asshole that built a two-story house on the end of a runway and ask him why. And
That offset's not doing it good. I got plenty of wood. Maybe I shouldn't have done offset fill, huh, Jack?
I see smoke.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
CO2 laser is the only type of laser that I haven't got at the moment. I don't think I've got the space for it, to be honest.
Well,
Well, neither do I, but I want one.
mine's like that's what I was saying. I want bigger, but the tube sticks out 2 more feet
Yeah,
than
and
what I
then it's the
have.
cooling that goes with it as well, like and everything.
Well, I've got it between the wall and the exhaust basically, or with the exhaust on top of it, which
I know
which
nothing about laser, but
which is another foot and a half.
all I've heard is fiber laser, and I'm going, oh wow, that sounds cool.
Fiber is the way. Or what was the other one? There's a new one out that I've seen. Well, it's new to me, if you know what I mean. It's out of my price range.
Oh, of course, right?
Yeah,
Whatever you're looking at, and they come out with something even better.
yeah.
What's the bed size? Jack in the shop says, I got a 40 watt co 260 watt co 25 watt diode 22 watt diode 30 watt fiber 100 watt fiber.
Yeah, I
No,
know Jack has a lot of laser stuff. Yeah, cool.
I mean,
But
I've only
he could
got.
he could do like a
The
business
whole
card
width,
in 20 seconds or less, or something like. Oh wow, that's cool.
the whole width is 70 inches, and it's like 4 feet wide, or deep.
I thought I was a king of the hill 20 years ago when I bought myself a plasma cutter,
Oh, nice.
handheld. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I could cut half-inch metal with
Right.
just plugging it into the wall.
Yeah. They are really nice.
Yeah,
All right. So
like
that was
when I
really a
bought that,
fail.
I
So before I forget, I'm going to go ahead and change this just to fill. You
How
know,
could you try turning off the or lowering the lights so that we see the effect of the next time you do the thing? Or am I
um,
asking too
Jack in the
much?
shop says, I got a long mill CNC router that I converted to plasma.
Nice.
I've seen that a few times, and like when they come out with a CNC plasmas, and I'm going, well, I got a plasma cutter, and I could probably change the torch head, or I could hook it up, and and I thought of it there again. I got 1,000 square feet in my garage, and I did a little shop tour of what I got, and there ain't a whole lot of spare space because I got too much junk.
Well, I'm just gonna go ahead and do that.
Just
I'm
gonna
gonna
have to get
do.
rid of some of the old junk.
I'm gonna do the
No,
next
it's all
skill
good. It's
to see what it looks like,
TK.
and
It's all good junk. I got to
it'll
keep
do
my
that.
junk.
Yeah, but think about how much you would get for it on eBay.
Let's do it.
You know what? I've come to the point in my life where I just give it away. Like
Hmm.
I know it cost me when I bought it, and it was all I could do, and all that kind of stuff to acquire stuff like that. I'm talking a few years ago, right? And I go back and I think of it, and I look at it, and I go,
Change my mind.
but I just somebody comes along and really is interested in it. There you go, have it.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm
So
not going to give it away to somebody that says, "Oh, I can flip that for whatever."
yeah,
But
exactly.
but you don't know when you do. When you do say, "Go ahead, take it."
all right, we're gonna cut this. There you go. Now see, Eloy.
Yeah. Well, because that backlit, or maybe
Yeah,
the light coming from the
I
top.
I can't turn the lights off. I see what you're saying,
I
Yeah,
know
for
it's
that.
doing work because there's smoke coming out.
right?
Maybe if I put on some shades.
I don't know if you guys have ever noticed or well, not noticed, but have heard about. There are lasers out there, and they use them for welding, and there's welding attachments for them, but they also use them for cleaning metal.
Yeah, I want one.
Yeah,
Me
No use,
too.
no use for it, but I want one.
yeah.
There you go. I got so much rusty junk here I can clean.
Oh my God.
That's a handy thing
They're
about the
they're.
fiber lasers. You can use them to clean your tools up.
Yep.
Isn't that the MOPA ones?
I
Yeah,
don't know
I
what they.
use my 20 watt.
20 watt fiber?
Yeah, and remove all the rest. I've actually found a lot of my old bits and pieces. I thought I had something brass. I think it was originally off a cabinet or something. It was a handle,
Oh
and
yeah.
I put it underneath it to clean it and realized it wasn't brass. It was actually like stainless steel.
Oh,
But it cleaned it up really nice.
Cool. Do you do any colors with it?
I've only just. It's getting older. The stainless steel. That's the problem.
Oh, I got you.
I have a 4x8 sheet of stainless steel that's sitting out beside my old garage that I want to bring in, and probably have to cut it up. And but I was thinking about that kind of thing, like, getting a laser to do artsy type projects of it.
I've seen some nice stuff done to it. It's a very
What's
fine
the shop?
range.
Says.
Yeah.
Yup, 2000-watt laser cleaner. You can get them cheap on Alibaba. I would like to get one. Put a cutting head on it and put that on the CNC as well. Then I would have to add gas to it.
A
Yeah,
guy I saw doing laser and making colored stainless is, what's his name, Billy Burt. He's a YouTuber. He is a participant in a few of these chat channels or whatever you want to call them. And he made a bird of some sort, probably
You paused there for a second. You're still paused, or am I paused?
lost chat. Lost.
Okay.
No, you're.
One more cut to this,
No, we lost Greg.
and that next cut is just a line, and that should just cut all that out.
I can't tell what are you cut. Are all the parts now set there?
Yeah, they're.
I just can't tell what's going on other than a slight circle that might be the saucer on the
Yeah,
top right.
it's the light. It's weird during the day. It's okay. You can actually see the cutting and stuff. But because it's dark right now,
Yeah,
I got a sneaky feeling that's it.
yeah.
I don't know how to turn those lights off in there, other than turn the machine off. But
Might be
that
in the
defeats
firmware
the
settings.
purpose. Did we lose Greg?
Can you
Oh,
hear me?
Says,
Yep,
There he
can
is.
hear you now.
with light source engraving dough
okay, you're
videos
back.
on MOPA
Oh
laser color. I
boy.
thought MOPA have not done
Well,
any color engraves.
it wasn't much of a loss.
I was,
Were you
I was wondering about the MOPAs and the color engraves. I've seen some things. Hey Eloy,
yeah.
what I'm doing is trying to. We'll just go around and cut the centers. I'll bring it so you can see it. It's
I actually saw a video last night with, I think, cold lasers. And, it kind of acts a bit like a fiber laser, I think. I didn't really pay much
where
attention
did
to
I
it.
see something like that? Cold lasers, yeah.
Yeah, it's the different end of the spectrum, isn't it?
Says, UV.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it was UV.
Only cold fusion comes to mind.
I'm thinking cold cut sandwiches.
No, good one, Eli. Cold cut sandwich.
Tell me you can't picture it and taste it. You
Oh,
know,
I can right now. Yes, it is on the end of my tongue.
an Italian sub would not be a bad idea right now.
My buddy owned 4 Subway sandwich shops, and it was great.
Do you do you have Subway sandwiches up there in
How about
Canada?
there, Eloy?
Yeah, Subway sandwiches. Yeah,
Better,
exactly.
but
That's
not
better,
quite.
Al.
Yeah, that's
It's
fair.
just too bright in there.
So, what do you think of the meatball sandwich?
I used to like it. Yeah, I didn't. Okay, here I am. But oh, there we go.
Hold
Yeah, we
on,
can actually
hold on.
see the laser now with the
Yep,
blue light.
that's
Free
it.
Subway.
Yeah, and he gave my son about a pack of 50 of them, and there's no expiry date on it.
That's kind of worrying.
Yeah, I still got about 20.
Dude, that's freaking awesome, actually.
I don't know that they might get annoyed if I kept going there once every, daily. But
Three times, 3 times a day, you're there for
yeah.
breakfast.
But if I show up once a month, maybe they'd let it slide, right?
You're
But
showing up when the shift is
yeah,
changing, and you're
yeah.
like, I'm back.
And I felt sorry for him because, like, he worked hard to get this thing going. Like, I helped him make with some of the equipment, and I, all that kind of stuff. And he says, oh man, they are regulated by their price, right? That they can charge.
That's right.
They're regulated by this or regulated by that, like, because you sign on to be a Subway,
Franchise.
whatever,
Yeah,
and franchise. Yeah, exactly. And but it's up to you to get people to as employees, right? Well, goodness, you got people that do. Oh, gee, well, I'm not going to show up today, but I'm not going to tell you. You got people who show up 5 minutes before the shift, and oh, gee, I got a sore stomach, or I got this or that, and on and on and on. It just drove them crazy, like. And the thing is, when you go down and even if you get everything going in order, like the price or the cost of your building, your lighting, your sandwich supplies, which is supplied by Subway, and all that kind of stuff. You make like X many cents per sandwich. So the only way you can make the company go is sell more sandwiches. Well,
That's right.
you know, that's so it's
That's it.
yeah, sounds like a good idea, and he got I gotta say he got sucked into it, but whatever. It yeah
Well,
it
people are gonna come in because they know the name, so that helps. But then
yeah
again, it all is dependent on your local traffic, foot traffic, and everything else.
exactly, and
Yeah.
you got to be in everybody's mindset right away. Like when it comes lunchtime, oh Subway, let's go to Subway. You got to be in all these people's you know forefront. You know, if you don't advertise, if you don't do this, if you don't do that, you're not going to be in their forefront. And they're like, oh yeah, right, there is a Subway in town.
So I don't understand Starbucks. They're in the UK. They're making a fortune. They refuse to pay their taxes, and we leave them there. You
I
know what I
don't.
mean?
Yeah.
Like close them down if they're not paying their taxes. Get them out.
Hmm.
And why
And
don't they pay their taxes?
because they don't. It's just the government seems to ignore it. You know what I mean?
They're probably sitting on the some kind of loophole,
Yeah.
and it's not been decided one way or the other that
But what I don't understand is why spend £10 on a cup of coffee?
oh yeah.
You know, you can buy a whole pot of that.
I've never been a Starbucks fan. I've had a few of them, but here in Canada we have what they call Tim Hortons, and it was at one time a Canadian coffee slash donut shop, and it was pretty good. It was bought out by the Wendy's, which is a hamburger business,
Yeah.
right? And I think they dumped them since then. And anyway, they're okay. They're not great, but they've changed their whole, whatever you want to call it, their whole thing. They
Menu.
do they do stuff that just beyond me as to why they do it, and it's got to do with not fresh. It's pre-packaged, pre whatever, and then they okay out the door with it. Yeah,
That came out cool, Al.
that is
Thank you.
cool.
The this right here is messed up.
It looks cool though.
Yeah, that that needs to be just engraved and not. And yeah, it needs to be painted and stuff.
It looks badass. I can't.
Oh, look at them clean cuts.
Yeah.
Yes,
Wow.
yes,
I've
yes.
not tried cutting wood yet with the fiber laser, but when I was watching that UV laser, it was just like, oh, nice.
Yeah, I probably could have. I probably could have done a little more on the cutting. I mean, the
Deeper.
yeah
Jack
deeper.
in the shop
Yeah,
says, wait till he gets it put together.
yeah, yeah. And I think I'm going to redo this because, like I'm saying, I don't like the way that came out. Maybe if I
Jack in the shop
played with it.
says, I get so many comments on the one I made.
It just seems too small, though. It seems like it needs to be, like huge.
Look how exacting it is.
I know that's. Oh,
And
I want a laser.
a CO2 laser doesn't have as thin, I believe, a kerf as a diode. I believe, if I'm
It's
not
one of my
mistaken.
favorite ships from Star Trek.
Oh, is that the Klingon?
No,
No,
it's
it's the
it's the
Enterprise.
Enterprise. Yeah. See, it didn't cut this here, guys.
Jack in the shop
That's
says,
amazing.
looks like you need to
It
slow
really
down.
is.
Yeah.
I mean, but
Right.
right,
right?
then again, I'm looking at it from my perspective. I have no idea. I mean, it doesn't look like it has any problems, but other than it didn't
It
cut all
it,
the way
it,
through.
it does. Well, I think I'm right at the border of it cutting.
Jack in the shop says, or
Freaking
add another
crazy.
block.
Or yeah, but I pulled it out. Yeah. You know though, these are okay that come out. I'll do another pass, another cut. Oh hey guys, I got to tell you, I've been streaming for almost 6 hours, and the connection's getting ready to get chopped off. So I'm going to end the broadcast and I'm going to start it back up again. Okay.
Right. Well, I won't be joining because I need to cook. It's nearly
Okay.
2 a.m. for me.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, and Al, I guess I'll see
Jack
from
in the
the
shop
outside
says,
in because I've got some stuff that I want to finish up. Take my dog out for a walk
problem cutting that.
All right.
and this and that.
Yeah.
But I'll still be watching. So
Yeah.
have a good evening, everyone, and I'll
TK,
share it
it's been
lurking.
it's been enjoyable, and thanks very much for talking at me.
Yep.
Talking at you.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, I'll
enjoyed
definitely
meeting you,
continue.
Eloy. Not so much. I mean, excuse me.
Oh, guy.
I wouldn't have expected anything less, Greg.
Yeah, Eloy knows me. I thank you very much for having me in here,
You're
Al.
welcome. In fact, thank you so much for coming in. You know, um, both of you, all three of you, in fact.
Hopefully, I didn't annoy you too much
No, in
with my
fact,
BS.
I'll be happy to add you guys in to the group if you guys want.
Hmm.
And whenever I say, hey, I'm doing a show, you guys can show up if you want. If not, just ignore it.
I'll
I
write
don't have all the time in the world, or I'm not in the right position. But yeah, that'd be cool.
Okay.
before allowing Greg in. I'll write you up. I'll write you up a list of test words and questions, and if he doesn't answer them right, he has to wait in the green room.
In the green room?
Yeah, I'd expect
Uh,
nothing less from Eloy.
right.
Well, you see, that's not even fair. You just have to.
Yeah.
Right, guys. I'll see you all in a bit.
All right, TK.
Yep.
Have a good
Good.
Klondike
night.
says,
So
TK3D
you're
says,
ending the
keep
transmission
checking.
then, Al?
What?
You're ending the transmission?
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and stop it here in a second. I got 5 minutes. No, I got 30 minutes actually. Uh, Klondike said, TK,
TK3D Prince
was that a Ferengi ship?
says,
I don't know.
yes.
See,
We'll
that's what I
have
was
to.
asking because you said because right when I asked the question, you said no, it's the Enterprise. I know yours is the Enterprise. I was
Got you.
asking.
Got you. But yeah, let me go ahead and stop it, and
Al,
I'll start the broadcast up again.
Al, I got a question. No,
Yes.
and it's got little to do with anything, but Muhugs,
Yes.
the name. It's kind of like where did that come from? And I know you're not Muhugs, but maybe you could enlighten me a little bit.
You'll have to ask her.
Okay, yep,
Yeah.
that's fair enough. But
Um. Yeah, and partly it's because I'm not certain,
yep,
but I kind of have an idea.
yeah. Oh, that's cool.
Al, thank you for
It's
having us
just kind of
on.
an intriguing name that whatever.
It is weird, isn't it? What were you
Yep.
saying, Eloy?
Thank you for having us on. I'm out.
All
Okay,
right.
Eloy. See you
We'll see
later.
you later.
Good night, Greg.
Yeah. Good night.
So we let it run out. I
Yeah,
got,
Eloy's gone.
there's no
Shop and
more.
office is here.
Do what?
Shop and office is here.
Klondike says, I would like to know about your Google reading the chat.
Oh, it's called speech chat, Sean. Speechchat.com. Go check it
Mm.
out. Most people get annoyed of it, but that's the only way I communicate because I'm sitting there doing stuff, or like when you go back to your lasers and somebody said something, you have to come look or you have to be cognizant of looking. You know,
Exactly. Like
yeah,
I was thinking of doing a live, but I'm there like, well, if I'm doing a live and I'm doing what I do,
yeah,
I'm not looking at something other than what my fingers are poking into. You know what I'm saying? Like,
exactly.
and so yeah, I know that it is kind of whatever you want to call it, an interruption, a
Yeah,
distraction, or whatever, but not bad.
yeah. Well, yeah, it is sometimes a little annoying because you're sitting there trying to talk and somebody says something and it's nothing to do with them. The timing. Sometimes
Yeah.
it's delayed, but man, it certainly gets my attention when somebody says something. And I've
And,
used it the whole, I guess, 8 years that I've streamed. I've used it over on
oh,
Twitch all the time.
now what is this platform called?
YouTube or
Is
EV
this
Mux.
EV which?
EV Mux, which
Okay,
is which is very similar to StreamYard.
okay. I
Yeah.
know of StreamYard, and I've heard of another one, but I never been in there. But
And see, I'm using OBS and then taking the OBS stuff, which is how I normally stream, and
mhm.
I'm sending it to the OBS camera and then piping the OBS camera into this program here.
Now is it subscription required?
Yeah,
And
it's 2 hours for free or $25
Klondike
for 6 hours.
says,
okay,
same OBS and EV Mux.
Yeah, exactly. I know. Sean uses it. Um, so yeah, for $25 a month, you've got 6 hours of
okay,
streaming. Now you can stop it and start it again. Which is what I'm getting ready
hmm,
to do.
yep, okay,
Desktop says, I use OBS and StreamYard.
Yep. Hey guys, if you guys will find the link back on the channel, I'm gonna go ahead and kill it because it's been 6 hours,
okay.
and I'll restart it again. I don't know if there's any other way to do it other than upgrade to the $50 a month package. But anyway, we'll be right back.
Okay,
I may
thanks
need
very
it
much,
now.
Al, for having me here.
Okay. Well,
Appreciate
you
it.
you you definitely just stick here, and I'll keep playing, and then when you're ready to leave, you can leave.
Okay.
All right. It's just the connection to YouTube that I'm gonna kill right now, and then start it back up.